I can't believe that we're back. Eagles football is back. And we are back better than ever right here live on Philadelphia Eagles Now by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. No matter where you are or how you're tuned in, we appreciate all of you for making today's watch party a part of your day. Enough with regular videos and live shows. It is game day right here on the leading Eagles content right here on YouTube. We really appreciate all of you for tuning in, and this is the best place to experience game day outside of being at the actual game as the Philadelphia Eagles head down I-95 to Baltimore to take on the Baltimore Ravens, a great preseason team, and of course a very good regular season team at M&T Bank Stadium. 52 minutes left until kickoff. I'm Chase Senior Producer Chip on the ones and twos, and we have the Bird Gang rocking with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. Kickoff is set for 7:30 p.m. Eastern, a little less than an hour from now, and Philadelphia 1-point favorites according to some sports books. Other sports books have the Eagles getting up to 2-point favorites, and this is a classic preseason line here. The total over-under only 34. Now, Philadelphia starters expected to play a little bit, barring that the weather is going to hold up. But anytime there's a preseason game, naturally there's not a lot of scoring. So because of that, the over-under always a little bit smaller. Let's get the comment section going here. Already 250 people watching live with 50 likes right now. And I want to know, we're coming to you from the Chat Sports Studios, Studio H, Chase and Chip, the Bird Gang. But where are you watching from? Let us know down in the comment section, and we'll start to give you some shout-outs here. Go Birds. He's saying F Baltimore. I like that, and all of you can type that as well. Lee Bayout, let's effing go. Fly Eagles fly. Sava watching from New Jersey. Sportamaster, North Carolina. Millie315, Syracuse, New York. Maggie McGill, reppin' in Missouri. Waxhaw from Nicholas Clover. Sweden from Wilex as we go international for the first time. And our guy Paul getting us started with a $5 super chat. That is the recently married Paul, our guy who's always supporting the show. He's who we call a real one. Anthony in Shippensburg. Dragon is in Serbia. Manchester, UK from Paul. San Antonio, Texas. I wasn't lying when I told you that people are watching this show from all across the globe. Here's that super chat from Paul. And of course, he changed his profile picture from him in an Eagles jersey to him on his lucky day. Wedding day, $5 super chat. Appreciate it, my guy. Finally home with the wife, watching y'all on the big screen. Biggest concerns are wide receiver. What are your thoughts, brother? So going into training camp, definitely had some concerns at the wide receiver spot for Philadelphia because A.J. Brown and DeVonta Smith, one of the best 1-2 punches at the wide receiver spot in the National Football League. If they were to go down, of course, there would be some concerns there with the lack of depth, but Paris Campbell's had a good training camp. John Ross has shown off the speed. Johnny Wilson has gotten first-team reps at 6'6". He's a wide receiver who can really go up, climb the ladder, and get it. So he's a player that gives Philadelphia a lot of different versatility, diverse options, where you can go speedsters and Campbell and Ross. You can go physicality with Johnny Wilson. And then you have that possession wide receiver in Britton Covey, who's starting to get some more experience at the wide receiver spot. So we'll see Johnny Wilson tonight. Eagles starters. We're going to get to that storyline coming up here in just a moment. And we're going to see this position continue to work its way forward and work itself out here in preseason as well as in training camp. Anytime there are bots in the chat, report them. Type B to ban the bots. I just had to ban some bots right now. Get them out of here. Now, this is some news that I was hearing this morning, in addition to some news that a lot of other Eagles reporters were also hearing. And I tweeted this out on my X account. Make sure you give me a follow at Chase_Senior. Hearing the same as others, that the Philadelphia Eagles could play their starters for a series tonight against Baltimore, and that defensive coordinator Vic Fangio has been a driving force behind longer and more physical practices, and this training camp under Nick Sirianni has definitely been more physical. The leaders of the team wanted that to be the case, given the way that Philadelphia ended last year, and he's been in the ear of Nick Sirianni in these decisions. A follow-up tweet from yours truly. This, of course, is weather permitting. It had rained all day in Baltimore, but it is starting to clear up. And if the weather does hold up, as Baltimore has switched to a grass surface, we could see this Eagles first-string unit, offensively and defensively, on the field for preseason game number 1, and we'll be reacting to all of that live right here during our watch party, the best place to experience an Eagles game day outside of being at the actual game. Now, we have 340 people watching. Only 80 likes. Please make sure if you're pumped up for the return of Eagles football that you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. And if you want to go to this Eagles-Ravens game and you're in the area, or if you want to go to a future Eagles game, be sure to download the Game Time app. Best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. Prices drop as the event gets closer, and with the Game Time app, you're guaranteed to get the lowest price. What I love about the app, you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. Eagles only have one home preseason game on the slate this year. That's Vikings-Eagles. Tickets are as low as $30, as you can see right here. It's been listed as a top event by Game Time. I also like the Game Time app because you can see the vantage point and the price point with the tickets that you purchase. For instance, C25, row 11, you can see what you'll be seeing from Lincoln Financial Field. Or if you are particular about where you want to sit, you can have that aerial view of the stadium, and you could say, I want the all-22 look behind the end zone. Boom, tickets available. You click on that. You want to go to a Philadelphia Phillies game? You could do that as well. Now, terms apply, first purchase only, but if you download the Game Time app, use the code CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off your purchase. That is the code CHATSPORTS. Download the Game Time app right now. That link is hanging out down in the comment section and in the description of this video. So, still, 350 people watching live as part of our Eagles pregame show going into preseason game number 1. Eagles-Ravens expected to be two of the top teams in the National Football League. The Eagles very well could represent the NFC in February in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. Baltimore could very well represent the AFC if they can behead the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And they could also be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and that would be Super Bowl 59. It's crazy how quickly time has gone. I feel as though the Super Bowl was just a couple of weeks away. So I need everybody watching right now to support the show. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Go Birds is asking for a real one. You're a real one. Tiffany McFall, I'm an Eagles fan. You're a real one. Deborah Kaiser, I see you in the chat as well. Tanner Plummer, welcome back, my brother. Millie315, Chase needs a drink. Always down to take down some sluggies. Elijah Burst, you were a fan of the 49ers on a different YouTube channel, right? I was a lifelong Eagles fan, starting at 4 years old. Grew up in Westchester, Philadelphia area. Product of Temple University in 2015. I bleed green. Eagles now. You know the deal. Now, Millie315 said, Chase needs a drink. Here's our Super Chat menu. If you want to support the show, we can have a lot of fun today. Just like Paul's Super Chat got mentioned right off the rip, all Super Chats get a shout out. Now, if you send in a $10 Super Chat, you will get in the raffle for our Philadelphia Eagles flag. It is a Kelly green flag that's going to blend in a little bit with our green screen, but a $10 Super Chat gets you in the running for this. A $20 Super Chat, we will do an E-A-G-L-E-S Eagles chant. Our Super Chat MVP, the biggest solo Super Chat of the broadcast, we will send you this Jason Kelce parade speech, which is transcribed right here, and of course, Kelce in the Mummers gear, and an aerial view of the Eagles parade in hopes that the Eagles can get back to the promised land. And every $200 that we get in donations, we're doing a shotgun or we are doing a beer boot. If anybody right now sends in a $100 Super Chat, I am doing a beer boot. If anybody sends in a $200 super chat, I will do a shotgun right off the jump. Now, there are other ways to support the show for free. How do you do it? It's very easy. You hit that thumbs up icon and you like the video. You subscribe to us here on the San Francisco 49ers Report. You comment and share your thoughts like Go Birds, Millie315, Money Train, David Guanzin, and King Javier. Share the video and let everybody else know on the internet that what we do here on Eagles Now is very special. And most importantly, be a real one. Our first $10 super chat is coming in from Dro. He is now in the running for our Eagles flag. He said, "Fly, Eagles, fly. Super excited to see what this team does this year. It feels like something special is brewing. Go Birds." And I agree. The vibes to start Eagles training camp have been much better as compared to last year. And I think back to the 2022 season when the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl. They should have won. A heartbreaking defeat against the Kansas City Chiefs. During training camp that year, everybody seemed to be happy. Everybody had positive energy. The vibes were immaculate. Eagles, defensively, offensively, they had things humming. Last year, coming off that Super Bowl loss, there was a dark cloud that was ominous and hovering over Philadelphia. Everything seemed hard. The team, the organization, the coaching staff, they were still dealing with the gut punch of losing that Super Bowl. Everything seemed off. Now, though, Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown an interception in training camp. You have all these free agency additions like Saquon Barkley and CJ Gardner-Johnson. Those two players have brought positivity to this Eagles organization. You have a new offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore, who's very experienced in this league. And Vic Fangio is preaching toughness. He's preaching longer practices. He's preaching putting the pads on. And Philadelphia, in turn, I think is becoming a more physical and mentally stronger team. And I can't wait to see it. And naturally, with better coordinators, I think the Eagles are going to be a much more organized football unit. Whereas last year, it was a disaster on all fronts. Dro, thank you so much for that $10 super chat. You were in the running for our Eagles flag. I also saw a $2 super chat coming in from Angela G, who has been so kind to send myself and producer Chip a couple of photos that she put together with her artistic flair. She said, "So excited, even if it's the preseason." Did we get one super chat that worked in the system, Chip, and now they're not working? Of course, it never fails. Go Birds 21, Cool Rains, King B-Harp, Rusty Perry, Tanner Plummer, Go Birds, James Sheeran, Kane Angel, JD789, Peter Feliciano, all in the chat. And I love what Peter had to say. "No one likes us, no one likes us, no one likes us, we don't care. We're from Philly, fucking Philly, no one likes us, we don't care." Proud Infidel, a $10 super chat. "Hiya, my son. What is your take on getting rid of Kenny Pickett's contract baggage? There's no way that he will beat out the kid Tanner McKee for the number 2 quarterback role. Also, just to let you know, Wilson will surprise you this season." I believe I see a Marines profile picture there. If that is the case, thank you so much for your service, and hello to you and salute to you as well. So I'm not really worried about Kenny Pickett's contract. It's pretty affordable, honestly, but something that I've been talking about on the show over the last couple of days is Tanner McKee upsetting and unseating Kenny Pickett to be the QB2 behind Jalen Hurts. I think that he has an opportunity to do that. And it's one of the things that I'm going to keep an eye out for throughout this game against the Baltimore Ravens, preseason game number 1, throughout the rest of the preseason, throughout training camp as well. Very excited to see what Tanner McKee can do, building off the momentum that he was able to build last year when I thought he was outstanding. Timing, touch, accuracy, precision to the outside, toughness, decent mobility, a big body. Now, he does have that tall frame, but sometimes drops his arm down a little bit lower, which can make him smaller than what he actually is at like 6'5", 6'6". But I like his skill set, and I like his ability a little bit more than Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett, can you surprise me? As for Johnny Wilson, I've been surprised so far. I really have. He's been getting some first-team reps. Now, he continues to drop some passes. That was one of my biggest grievances and worries about Johnny Wilson coming out of Florida State and the fact that sometimes he plays small. But it's up to him to play a little bit bigger and insert his physical dominance. And this coaching staff has been very impressed with what he's been able to do. So we showed Angela's Super Chat. We showed Proud Infidel Super Chat. We have 2 people in the running for our Philadelphia Eagles flag. And the number to beat for this Jason Kelce parade speech photo is only a $10 Super Chat. If we get a $100 Super Chat, I'll shotgun 200 for a shotgun. I think I mixed that up a little bit earlier, but either way, there you go. 470 people hanging out here with us, 161 likes. Please make sure you continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Tanner Plummer, he has some great football takes, and he's a legend. He's a real one, sending in a $1 Super Chat. Thank you so much for that, my brother. Let's tell people to subscribe to the channel, Chip, because we are closing in on another milestone. And one of my big professional goals for Eagles now this upcoming 2024 season is to get a silver plaque from YouTube and celebrate 100,000 subscribers. We have our work cut out for us, but I think that we can get there. We are 860 people away from 78,000 subscribers. So if you're coming across this show for the first time and you want informative, entertaining, insightful, thought-provoking Eagles coverage right here on YouTube, that's a great talk show that involves you, the Bird Gang, hit that sub button right now. And during our watch party here tonight, can we get to 78,000 subscribers on our road to 100K so that we can get that silver plaque from YouTube? What to watch out for here tonight? And Andrew Nathan, Venmo race, more on that coming up here in just a moment. We will be doing that. I want to see how the starters look if they play. I reported earlier on my X page at Chase_Senior that I had been hearing that Philadelphia, like other reporters, expected to play their starters for a series. Now, if they go 3 and out, the starters could play another series. Of course, that's dependent on how the starters perform. I also want to see some of the new wrinkles of new offensive coordinator Kellen Moore's offense. He is not going to reveal too much, but last year Philadelphia was 32nd in pre-snap motion. I just want to see some pre-snap motion with this offense tonight, and I want to see some of those new wrinkles. That's offensively. Defensively, what does Vic Fangio's new defense look like? Jalen Hurts has not thrown an interception so far in training camp through 10 practices. Is that because he's been stellar or because the Eagles' defense is bad? I think it's more of the former as compared to the latter, because I think Hurts is going to have a bounce-back year this year, and I do think the Eagles' defense will be much better in 2024 compared to last year. It can't get worse. A position battle that I'm excited to see after Jalen Hurts gets a little bit of tick. Tanner McKee against Kenny Pickett. Now, Kenny Pickett will come in first behind Jalen Hurts. He's expected to get some extended action, as he should. So, too, will Tanner McKee. I don't need to see anything from Will Grier. He's not going to make this team. And then lastly, how will the rookies fare for Philadelphia? Cooper DeJean is not going to play because he suffered that hamstring injury a few weeks ago. But I want to see Quinyon Mitchell. The most excited that I'm about for an Eagles player is to see him on the field. I want to see Jalix Hunt, Anaya Smith, Johnny Wilson. And I want to see how these Eagles draftees perform, as well as some of these other young players. So those are things, to watch for in this game between Philadelphia as well as Baltimore. 517 people hanging out here with us. 35 minutes to go until this game gets underway at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Let's get the comment section going. I want 1,000 E's in the chat. Chip, because E gets us started with E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Type those E's.
Come on,
540 baby. People watching. 6 likes away from 200. I see Drake Mott, Mind Melting Media, The Great Cage, Kashif Miller, JD789, Millie315, Ernesto Ojeda, Aaron Katz, Dragon tuned in from Serbia, Anthony Connell, Ernesto, Go Birds 21, Star Wars is here, Tanner Plummer, another super chat, $2. Does Kenny and Tanner fit into the offense alongside Jalen Hurts? So, of course, anytime you have different personnel, the scheme, the play calling, the play designs are going to change and be catered toward what that player does well. So you're not going to call a lot of RPOs or quarterback draws or quarterback sneaks, maybe even the brotherly shove for Tanner McKee and Kenny Pickett like you would with Jalen Hurts, because they are completely different quarterbacks, right? So some of the concepts, of course, are going to change, but the overall offense will remain the same. The pre-snap motion will still be there. The motion rate is still going to be a part of this offense, and Kellen Moore can still dial up similar concepts for all of these quarterbacks. There's that super chat coming in from Tanner Plummer. Are we back and working with the super chats? You're manually building all these? That's what you call brutal. 555 people here, 210 likes. Can we get everybody to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video? That right there would be pretty cool. Who else is typing E? Team Birds, Millie315, Dante Peterson, the Crypto Camper, Dub G, and Scott Bates. I see you. Paul Bateman saying Eagles. Team Birds, are the starters starting, weather permitting? The starters, as I reported, are expected to get about a series. Of course, that is dependent on what happens within that series. Andrew Nathan earlier was asking me about our Venmo race. If you want to enter our Venmo 50-50 raffle, be sure to send me a Venmo right now at Chase_Senior. The more Venmos that we get, the bigger the pot gets, and the more money that you could win. So you can send me a Venmo at Chase_Senior. You can also scan the QR code here, and that will allow you to send me a Venmo. We'll put all of those names into a duck race, and we'll decide it with the duck race. As far as our Super Chat raffle, we'll put you on the spinning wheel, and all of those names will be decided by the spinning wheel. Like Maggie McGill, who sends in a $10 Super Chat. I'm ready to see some tig old biddies and big old TDs. Go Birds! That right there is our Super Chat of the day. Tig old biddies and big old TDs. I want to see a lot of TDs here tonight. I'm talking touchdowns, so I'm with Maggie right there, and we will put her in the running for our Philadelphia Eagles flag. Anybody who sends in a super chat, you support the show. We want to support you back. You get in the running for our Kelly Green Eagles flag. It blends in with the green screen here. That's why it doesn't look Kelly Green, but I promise you it is Kelly Green. So our Venmo race at Chase_Senior. You send in a Venmo, and you are a part of our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Johnny Strez, you are the man. Love your show, brother. My man, salute to you. Much love. You are a real one. Our girl Maggie McGill, here's that super chat right there. Ready to see some tig old biddies and big old TDs. Go Birds. Who's ready to see some tig old biddies and big old TDs? If that's you, I want you to type me in the chat. Men, women, type me in the chat if you're ready to see those. Drake Mott, Go Birds. Aaron Leby, Dennis Designs is back. Kane Angel, you love to see it. JD said, Chase, you don't know how much it feels good to be back watching you live, and I'm getting hyped, man. Best sports chatter, Go Birds. My man, I really appreciate that. I've wanted to be a sports broadcaster since I was 5 years old. Moved in my house in Westchester, Pennsylvania. I turned on Comcast Sportsnet, which is now NBC Sports Philadelphia. I see all of these hosts and anchors and reporters talking about Philadelphia sports teams, and I said, I'm not going to be good enough to be an athlete professionally, so I want to talk about sports. So to have this platform now, it literally is a dream come true. Who else is ready to see some tig old biddies and big old TDs like Maggie McGill? I see Go Birds, Elijah, Aaron Charles, Dr. Will, JD again, Uncle Nasty Nuts. What a profile name. I love it. Drake typing me again. Carol Hosey. Here's the deal, by the way. We are at $40 in super chats. And I'm going to put up, actually look at the clock right below me. Once it hits 29, if we get to $100 in 2 minutes, so down to 27, if we get there within 2 minutes, I'm shotgunning a beer. So if we get $60 more in 2 minutes, I'm shotgunning. Proud Infidel gets us $10 closer. We are 50 away. Remember, my first game was in 1946 at M&T Bank Stadium. That's iconic, my man. What's your take on kickoffs? Britton Covey or Will Shipley? Would you consider taking the chance of using Cooper? I can't wait to see the defense and the offense slot ours. So, first of all, 1946, first Eagles game at Connie Mack. That's legendary. And that was before the Eagles played at Franklin Field. And then they went to Veterans Stadium in the 1970s. My first Eagles game was at the Vet in the early 2000s. Eagles-Redskins. And A.J. Feely replaced an injured Donovan McNabb, got the start, and got the dub. So that's my first Eagles game. As far as the new kickoffs, I like them. And I know that might be a controversial take, but here's why. I'd rather actually see a kickoff return and the rules basically force a kickoff return as compared to a kick getting booted out of the back of the end zone. I also think it's something that you have to plan for and scheme. And then lastly, it gives your weapons an opportunity to impact the game. So I'm excited for these new kickoffs. I think Britton Covey's going to be the punt returner. We'll see who is the starting kick returner. Maybe you see Covey and Shipley at some points drop back for that kickoff return. Isaiah Rodgers was listed as the first stringer as far as the kick returners go. And would I use Cooper DeJean? No doubt about it. He has to come back off that hamstring injury. I called cap at the time when that original report said, he'll be out 3 weeks. It's a hamstring injury. It's going to be out a lot longer than that. When he comes back, though, I would use him as a weapon, as a kick returner, at times as a punt returner. I think that he can flip the field. He's a tremendous athlete, good speed, good giddy up, very physical. He had 7 interceptions at Iowa. 3 of them came back for touchdowns. So he's not Ed Reed, but he does have that dynamic element to his game. More super chats coming in. Andrew Mormon, he doesn't live in Utah. I want maximum Mitchell and minimal Bustberry. So I think we're going to see a lot of Quinyon Mitchell tonight. What's interesting about James Bradberry, he's not listed as a corner on the Eagles depth chart. He's listed as the second string safety. And I think the Eagles are going to play him a lot there to see how he fares at a new position. Chip is working hard to get those new super chats up, and we will pop those up here momentarily as we are 26 minutes away from kickoff. Another 10 from Dro. And by the way, any $10 super chat that comes in, you get a part of our raffle to win our Eagles flag. Scott Bates with the $2 super chat. SB, Scott, good to see you once again. Another one of our real ones here on the show. And let's see, what else do we have? We have Kelly Knox 5, and then Dennis Designs and Dro, both with 10s. And we will pop those super chats up here in just a moment. I'm looking at NFL Network right now. You have Mike Garafolo on the sideline. He's reporting about that Texans-Steelers game. The philosophy of a lot of teams when it comes to the preseason, I think, is always interesting. For instance, Nick Sirianni in the past has aired with not really playing his starters a lot. In this game, he's going to play his starters at least a series if the weather holds up. Andy Reid coming off a Super Bowl, he doesn't mess around. He has physical training camps, and the Chiefs are expected to play their starters. I think that's the way to go about it. I think game speed and game physicality, that's something that you have to prepare for and get ready for. And I'm glad that Philadelphia is approaching this in this manner. Dennis Designs a $10 super chat. Avonte Maddox is no safety. Just think a Dawkins and Avonte safety tandem. Nah. Hope you had fun on your trip. Dennis, thank you so much. I agree. Ideally, you don't want Avonte Maddox playing safety. When he had to play out of position at safety in the wild card round against Tampa Bay, didn't really like what I saw. Overcommitted a couple of times. He looked small there. And it's a far cry going from Brian Dawkins, Malcolm Jenkins to a player like Avonte Maddox. That is for sure. And I did have fun on my trip. It was a good reset A lot of relaxation before the craziness of football season. A lot of people don't know that as part of my duties here at Chat Sports, I cover the NFL and the NBA. So the NFL has pretty much become a 12-month demand, but the NFL season and offseason ends and then dies down, and then the NBA season is at its peak. Myself and Chip, we were grinding on 76ers now. They had the busiest offseason among all teams in the NBA. So I was pretty much grinding and hustling from August through July. So I went to Mexico for Mitchell Renz's bachelor party. He's the host of the Raiders Report. That was a great time. Got back on a Monday, flew out to Maine on Tuesday with the Rudisills. Had a great time there with my second family. And now I'm back in the Chat Sports studios, and I'm ready to take souls and get after it. Thank you for that, Dennis. Dro with another 10. By the way, the hair's looking fresh in the profile picture, and I love the animation. If you want to make me one, I won't say no, my brother. What's your take on Bradbury moving to second-string safety? The safety position is my biggest concern. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has problems staying healthy. Blankenship is still growing, as well as Sidney Brown. So we're going to get, I would imagine, a long look at James Bradbury at safety here tonight. Again, not listed as a corner on the Eagles' official depth chart that they put out on their website. He's listed as a backup safety. And I think with him getting older, a little bit slower, that's a positive positional switch for him. He admitted that he did not play well last year. We saw that, a massive drop-off from when he was an all-pro during the 2022 season, and Philadelphia has bulked up the cornerback position this offseason. They're a lot deeper there, making James Bradbury expendable, whereas the Eagles are light as far as depth goes at safety. So I'm with you, Joe. I'm concerned. That's why I've been clamoring for the Eagles to sign Justin Simmons, who left New Orleans without signing a deal. He visited. He was rumored to get dinner with New Orleans. Josina Anderson said last night that the Eagles don't have an immediate need for safety, but if that were to change, they could have interest in the four-time All-Pro. So things could change there. I have injury concerns about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Last 2 years, he's been banged up. Love the swagger, physicality, and ball skills, in addition to the versatility that he brings. Reed Blankenship is a growing player, a little bit raw, and Sidney Brown's coming off a torn ACL. So, yeah, safety, one of the bigger concerns for me on this Eagles team. William is a first-time Super Chatter. A $10 Super Chat for William. Thank you so much, my man. We are $12 away from $100 in Super Chats. And once we get there, I'm giving everybody a beer cheers. I've been on a crazy training regimen, trying to stay in shape, doing some awesome workouts. So I'm not trying to drink all that much because I do have a workout class tomorrow, but we're still down to clown, still down to have a really good time right here on Eagles Now. $12 away from $100 in Super Chats. And let me make a deal. If we get those $12 in the next minute, down to 20 minutes here, I will shotgun in celebration of us getting to the Benjamin Franklin mark before this game gets underway with 20 minutes left to go until kickoff. All right, let's quickly go through my players to watch against the Baltimore Ravens. And Chip, we can really run through this quickly here. Player that I'm most excited to see is the 22nd overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. That is Quinyon Mitchell. It's going to be our first opportunity to see him live in game action. He's had a good camp up to this point. He's had some really good 1v1 reps against A.J. Brown and DeVonta Smith. At points, he's called both of their routes trash. He's mixed in with the first-team defense, mostly at slot nickel. Ran a 4.4, 4.3 40-yard dash in the pre-draft process. He had, I believe, 46 pass breakups the last 2 years, or 44 pass breakups the last 2 years. I want to see if the ball skills translate to the NFL level. He should get a lot of playing time at outside corner, which is what you want him to become eventually, full-time as a starter in this league when you draft him with the 22nd overall pick. So I want to really see what he can do here tonight. Greg Calcaterra has done a great job this training camp in a wide-open backup tight end competition of earning the backup role behind Dallas Goedert. And Greg Calcaterra, very intriguing player, an athletic and long pass catcher who's a smooth strider. And I think that he will get an extended look against the Baltimore Ravens as well. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Son of the Axeman, a fascinating player on this Eagles team, also a rookie. He was not a good pre-draft tester. He's not twitchy, he's not fast, he's not huge. But I didn't really care about that, especially as a late-round pick. Where the Eagles got him late, they did trade up. I thought it was excellent value. While I'm not too worried about the testing, he's a smart, hard-nosed, instinctual football player who I think is going to be able, because of his pops and the pedigree and the bloodlines, to read and diagnose plays before they happen. He's got some first-team reps. And off-ball linebacker is a position in question and is still an open competition for Philadelphia here going into preseason game number 1. It's also a competition at wide receiver 3. And Johnny Wilson could earn that role. Fascinating player because of his stature. He's 6'6", 230-plus pounds. He's the tallest wide receiver in the NFL. And while he dropped a lot of passes at Florida State, sometimes played smaller than his size, he has still dropped passes during training camp. But he's climbed the ladder at times. He's gone up. He's gotten it. He's that jump ball, physical type of wide receiver that the Eagles have had players like him try out for the team that haven't worked out. But I'm hoping Johnny Wilson can work out. And I want to see if that size and his solid training camp can translate to game action. It's one thing to do it in practice. Can you do it in the game? Nolan Smith, the 30th overall pick in the 2023 draft out of Georgia. Look, he didn't really play a lot as a rookie, and there's been all this chatter about Nolan Smith gaining weight and progressing. Let's see it for our own eyes. Let's see what he can do. He's a quick-twitched edge with a ton of ability. And the Eagles are going to need him to have a big year coming off the edge for this squad, because if this pass rush is missing like it was last year, could be a long year for the Birds. With that, let's ask you this, and let's give some shout-outs to some of the people. 5 more players to watch, of course, outside of some of the starters. Which player are you most excited to watch in the preseason? Drop a name or names, and I'll start to give you some shout-outs here. Type B to ban the bots. They promote terrorism. We don't like them. Dennis Design said $2, peeps. Yes, we are $2 away from 100. JD said Quinyon Mitchell. Eagles for Life said DeVonta Smith. Drake Carlton said I was here last year. Welcome back, my guy. Quadcopter Crazy said Trotter. Eagles for Life, DeVonta Smith, who's maybe been the most dominant player during Eagles training camp. Lee Boyd. Lee from Matthews County, Virginia. What's up, my guy? Sleazy said Saquon Barkley. Team Birds said Jalen Hurts. Dennis Design, speaking of him, one of our biggest supporters here on the show that's approaching 78,000 subs, is the largest independently run Eagles channel on YouTube. I want to see Rodgers working tonight. He might do kick returns. He is listed as the top kickoff returner for Philadelphia. Thank you for that $10 super chat, Dennis Designs. Getting another raffle ticket for our Eagles flag. $2 away from 100 in super chats. Can we get there before kickoff? 16 minutes to go until this game gets underway. 5 more players to watch in this game against Baltimore. And I'm taking a look at the backup quarterback competition. I don't think it's set in stone. Kenny Pickett, Tanner McKee. Let's first talk about Pickett. Been a mixed bag for him during training camp. Can he flush that rocky Steelers stint in which the small hands and lack of arm strength reared their ugly head? And it was a little bit of a concern. Now, he did play in a bad offensive system for an awful offensive coordinator in Matt Canada. That's a big reason why he only threw 13 touchdowns to 13 interceptions. But in training camp, he's made some good plays. He's made some bad plays. Can he earn the QB2 role? Maybe. He has the inside track. But if he plays poorly, I think that Tanner McKee can beat him out. And I talked about this on the show yesterday. I like Tanner McKee a lot. Tall thrower, underrated mover. I like his pocket feel, pocket mobility. Last year during the preseason, he was really good, all things considered. Throwing with timing, touch, accuracy, precision to the boundary, to the outside, to the numbers, to the sideline. That shows some arm strength. Downfield, I thought he had some good touch. And I think that if McKee plays well, and even if Pickett just plays okay, Tanner McKee could be QB2 against the Green Bay Packers week 1 in Brazil. Jalix Hunt, he's such an unknown commodity. Started his college career as a safety at Cornell, Ivy League guy, very smart, made the switch to edge rusher while playing for Houston Christian. And we just don't know a lot about the player because of where he played. So I want to see how the converted safety plays that edge rusher, and if that twitch, if that speed, if that physicality, if the athleticism can play at the NFL level, because a lot of people thought, including me at the time, that the Eagles had reached for Hunt. He's also said to have a great personality. A lot of people have been talking about James Bradberry in the chat, not listed as a corner for Philadelphia on their depth chart, listed as a backup safety. And will the Eagles give him a lot of run at a new position so that he can get acclimated there? Or because he's a veteran who could be a trade chip, will he not really play that much? He admitted he did not play well last year. He admitted he had a down year, and he was open to making the positional switch in hopes that maybe that helps him earn some playing time to get his stock back up. I still think that he could be dealt if a team has a need elsewhere across the National Football League at the quarterback spot. And then lastly, Will Shipley. Will Shipley, also an intriguing player. I kind of liken him to a poor man's Christian McCaffrey, not just because he's white, but because of his running and pass-catching abilities. A very versatile option. There was one training camp practice in which he was getting a long look when Saquon Barkley was out due to personal reasons with the first team. And the Eagles had him featured heavily, catching balls out of the backfield, running it. And I think that he could see some extended time because rookies haven't earned anything at this point in their respective NFL careers. And that's why I expect them to get some good snaps here in this preseason opener against Baltimore. So 12 plus minutes left to go until this game gets underway between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens. Philadelphia expected to play their starters a series, maybe a little bit more, depending on how that series goes. That's what I had been hearing in addition to others. So if you're joining the watch party here and you're joining the show, not only is this the best place to experience game day outside of being at the actual game, but we'll react to all of this live together as members of the Bird Gang. Tro gets us to $100 in Super Chats. He said chug, chug, chug. So with that, cheers to you. Cheers to everybody else. Cheers to Daniel Latz's $5 Super Chat. We're so glad that all of you are here with us. We will be doing watch parties for every single game, in addition to going live once or twice every single week, bringing you the best Eagles coverage right here on YouTube. I'm Chase Sr. He is producer Chip.
Let's get it, baby. We're back at it. We're back at it. Come on, man. I'm trying to have a good time right now. If someone sends in a $50 right now, $50 right now, I'm doing my first beer bong of the year.
It's good.
First beer bong of the year. It's so great to see Dennis and Angela and Millie 315, Mikey Hall, all the people, Andrew Nathan. I can't believe we're back. We're just over 10 minutes away from watching the Eagles play football.
How does that sound? Isn't that crazy? Just
Gang,
over
man.
10 minutes to go until the Philadelphia Eagles play some football.
Come on, man.
You know what? Let me get on top of what Chip said. $50 Super Chat, I'm shotgunning.
Okay.
$50 Super Chat, if we get that at any moment before this game starts, I'm shotgunning. Almost 900 people watching live. We've already had 6,200 people hang out here with us. If you're ready for some Eagles football, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. How many likes can we get before this game gets underway? Isaac Walker with a $5 Super Chat. I see Lamont Lancaster in the building. Y'all never stop Eagles football all year round. Well, we put out content every single day, my guy. So yeah, there's no time for the grind to stop. All right, let's see here. Let's give you some updates from some people who have boots on the ground at Lincoln Financial Field. It looks like Isaiah Rodgers could start at corner and possibly Quinyon Mitchell in the slot with Devin White and Zach Bond at linebacker. It also looks like Mekhi Becton will start at right guard over Tyler Steen. Josh Sweat, leading the Eagles defensive line in a huddle, getting ready for their first preseason game. And this is also great news. The sun is shining in Baltimore. It's been raining all day. As I reported earlier on my X page, Eagles expected to play their starters for at least a series, depending on how that series goes. But it's all weather permitting. If it was raining, no sense in risking injury. But it's dry, it's sunny, it's looking pretty, and it looks like the Eagles starters are going to play.
Uh-oh, Chase. Uh-oh!
Oh! We have two $50 super chats. First one coming in from Lisa Chipper. And the second one coming in from Heather Hammond. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fight, Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! No one likes us, no one likes us, no one likes us, we don't care. We're from Philly, fucking Philly. No one likes us, we don't care. No one likes us, no one likes us, no one likes us, we don't care. We're the Eagles, the fucking Eagles. No one likes us, we don't care. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Oh! A $50 super chat. This one coming in from Dennis Designs. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! We got some work to do. Every $200 is either a beer boot or a shotgun. We're going to commemorate the first $200 with the shotgun. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
Man.
Those who are sending in $50 super chats, we are going to give you 5 raffle tickets for our Philadelphia Eagles flag. So let's remember that there, Chip. And the number to beat for our Jason Kelsey Eagles Super Bowl parade photo is a $50 super chat. We're up to 262 right now. Those are things that you love to see. And with that, first shotty going down.
Yes,
and
sir.
then Chip will do his part. What'd you say that you would do?
I'm going to do a little beer bong action.
Beer bong from Chip coming up.
So shout out to my mom, my parents watching right now. Shout out to Heather Heyman for the 50. Shout out to Dennis Designs for the 50. Says, all right, it's party time, baby.
It's party time.
And then also shout out, oh, hold on.
Heather Hammond.
Heather Heyman for the 50. And then we have Carol Hosey sending the 2 as well. Carol Hosey.
And for Carol, she is a first time super chatter. All right, shotgun. This will be faster than Quinyon Mitchell's 40-yard dash. Here we go. Easy work, easy money, down the hatch. We always want to make this the best place to experience the game outside of being at the actual game, and that includes our pregame show, which is very reminiscent of a tailgate in the K-Lot. The real ones know. Magic Rug is in the chat. Juke is in the building. Denny Vaughn, I see you. Billy Glover. Star Cruise. Let's get it. And let's say this. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat right now before kickoff, I will take down the beer boot and you will be in the lead to win our Jason Kelce parade speech photo. Chip just left so that he can do his beer bong. Isaac Walker, we will get to your super chat coming up. All super chats get a shout out here on the show. $10 gets you a raffle ticket to win one of our Eagles flags. And then the biggest individual super chat will get this Jason Kelce parade speech photo to celebrate him retiring and him being the legend that he is. Denny Vaughn said, "Fly, Eagles, fly." David Guanzin making his return. Sanaya Gutierrez saying him. Are you saying that I'm him? I agree. Millie315 said, "This bong rip is for all of the Bird Gang. Let's go, baby. Cheers." Bong, 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 bong. Carol Hosey, a $20 super chat. And with the $20 super chat, we got to give Carol an E-A-G-L-E-S Eagles. Magic Rug said, "Chug a beer daddy." Well, I took down the shotgun. Chip is going to do his beer boot, so you can call Chip Daddy. More than 1,000 people watching live. This game, 2 minutes and change until kickoff from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. Philadelphia Eagles expected to play their starters for at least a series, and we'll react to all of it right here on the show. As you all venture in here, please make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. The more likes that we get, the more people who find the stream, and the more fun that we will have. Oh! Justin D! A $100 super chat. He said, "Let's go Birds. Cheers, and let's moderate this Magic Rug spammer with the eyeball emoji." So I did say that if we got a $100 super chat before kickoff, I was going to take down this beer boot. I also said on the super chat menu that if we got, or every $200, we would do a shotgun, a beer boot, or a beer bong. Chip is going to do his beer bong coming up here in just a moment. But with about 1 minute to go, 65 seconds until kickoff, I'm taking down this beer boot for Justin D, who is in the running for our Philadelphia Eagles Super Chat MVP giveaway, this Jason Kelce parade speech photo. Justin, if that number holds, you will win. But make sure you send me an email right now, chase@chatsports.com, and send me your address. Therefore, if you do win, we can send this to you. And then Chip and I will also give you a note on top of that, thanking you for your support of Eagles Now. All right, I'm taking down the beer boot here.
Chase taking down the boot. I'm filling up my beer bong. Fill that piece up. Shout out to all y'all, man. What a first. We're not even at the game yet. This is pregame. This is the first pregame tailgate of the year. So many bots. Spam B to get these bots out of here, man. Spam B to get these bots out of here as we're moments away from kickoff. And Chase just down in the boot like it's nothing.
Woo! Woo!
Here we go, baby.
Go Birds!
Go Birds! We got football, baby. Let's go!
Let's get it.
We're talking about football. Preseason? Yeah, preseason.
Carol Hosey said, Chase, it's my time to give back to you. Thank you for all you do. Love you. Go Birds. Carol Hosey, you've been watching the show for so long. Thank you so much for your support. Danny said Texans are playing their starters. They're crazy. I mean, Philadelphia's going to play their starters.
Woo!
Andy Reid and the Chiefs, they're coming off a Super Bowl. They're going to play their starters. You want to get this cracking?
Yeah, I got you.
Who's ready? Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Justin D, you see the email at the bottom of your screen, chase@chatsports.com. So shoot me an email with your address. If that number holds, we'll send you the Jason Kelce photo. And then Isaac Walker with the $10 super chat. Go Birds! And then Carol Hosey with the $20 super chat. We did the Eagles chant for her a little bit earlier. Eagles Nation, thoughts on the new kickoff rule that we'll see shortly? I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. You allow your playmakers to make plays. Instead of a kickoff out of the back of the end zone, you actually have to plan for this. You have to scheme it. And we could see some athletes doing work. So we're working on getting the stream popped up for us. Live play-by-play audience interaction coming your way. This game about to get underway from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. And once this game gets cracking, we'll all react to it together here.
Let's go, baby. If you're ready for this game to start, let's hit that thumbs up. We got over 1,000 people. Can we get to 500 likes right now? If you're ready for the first Eagles football of the season, hit that thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go.
Eagles going to be rocking their all-white jerseys. As we know, the Baltimore Ravens are an unbelievable preseason team. Other games in action right now. Keeping an eye on the Pittsburgh Steelers, Houston Texans. But the game that we're focusing on, Eagles, Ravens. And we're just waiting for this game to get going. These two teams met last year. We did a watch party for this game. The Ravens held off the Eagles 20-19. And the Ravens have won 24 straight preseason games. It really is odd and crazy. If you're just joining the show, I reported earlier, Eagles expected to play their starters, at least a series. And that was weather permitting, but the good news is that there is sun shining in Baltimore. We have dry, sunny conditions. So we're going to see these Eagles starters, and I can't wait.
Let's go, baby. Let's get those E's in the chat again.
$10 super chat from Jacob.
Jacob!
He said, go Birds. Hope we get some big plays from the backups. Now, if you give me a follow on X and Instagram, you will see that an hour or two ago, I posted a short-form video explaining why I'm excited to see Quinyon Mitchell here tonight. My guy Jacob put that video together. So everybody type J in the chat for a real one who I told my boss always watches the show. He comments. He sent in super chats. He sent in super thanks. He comments on my social media pages. He stood up for me the other day when people were talking shit on X. That's a real one right there. Type J in the chat. And now he's putting together some short-form content for us.
Real one, baby.
Jacob, what a guy. Does some great work.
J for Jacob, J for Jalen.
Jacob Sports Media. Give him a follow on Instagram and on X. This game about to get underway. In addition to typing those J's, I know Millie315 might be smoking that J. Type E in the chat because E gets us going with EAGLES, Eagles. Almost 1,200 people watching live. Almost up to 500 likes. $402 in super chats. Oh! Justin D, a $50 super chat. He said, Jay in the chat, yo, email sent. My man, thank you so much. That's 5 more raffle tickets for you. Jacob got a raffle ticket for our Philadelphia Eagles flag. Number to beat is $100 for our Jason Kelsey photo. And we're off to a tremendous start. For our Eagles now, Birds Ravens watch party. $452 before kickoff. Are you kidding me?
It's preseason, baby.
It's preseason, and we got it popping. Now, if you're waiting for this game to get underway, it has not yet gotten underway.
Typical 6:30 kickoff, and it's 6:36, still haven't, but it looks like we're about to start. So keep getting those E's. I want to make a deal, too, with the people. Normally, I'm charging $50 for a beer bong, but if someone sends in a 20 and the Eagles score on their first possession, field goal or touchdown, I'll do a beer bong. So a 20 and the Eagles score. But you got to send it in before they score. You can't wait till they score. So if someone sends in a 20 and the Eagles score on their first possession, field goal or touchdown, I'll do another beer bong. They're about to do the coin toss here.
Oh, no. It looks like Kenny Pickett is going to start.
No.
So is Jalen Hurts not going to start, but other starters will? Let's see here. About to do the coin toss, as Chip said. New kickoff rules, a landing zone, 20-yard line to the goal line. The kickoff yard line is at the 35. The kickoff start line is at the opposite 40. The setup zone is between the 30 and 35 for the return team. And then you'll have 2 returners back there inside the 20. So that's what the formation is going to be.
We're 7 away from 500 likes, by the way. Can we get there?
Yeah, here's a refresher. Kicker at the 35-yard line, start line, coverage team at the opponent's 40, setup zone, at least 9 members of the return team between the 30 and 35-yard line there. And if the ball lands in the landing zone, goes into the end zone, it's a touchback and the ball comes out to the 20. If the returner fair catches it, it's spotted where the ball is caught. Be sure to continue to hit that subscribe button right here on Eagles Now. Our goal for tonight, let's get to 78,000 subscribers on our push toward getting that plaque from YouTube. Justin D, here's your tip. Keep the change. My man, he's our Super Chat MVP so far. So the Eagles will receive the football first. I saw Isaiah Rodgers, one of the returners, back. Justin Tucker will kick it away for Baltimore. It is a weird look. There is no doubt about it. And it requires some touch from the kicker. And Tucker is only 3-4 yards away from the ball. The kick is away. It goes into the end zone. So that'll be a touchback. Justin Tucker put too much on the ball. He's very frustrated with himself. And now that puts the ball at the 40-yard line. That's where Philadelphia will start. Or 30-yard line, excuse me. So if the ball is kicked into the end zone, there is kind of a penalty to a certain degree. So it looks like the Eagles not going to run with their starters. Kenny Pickett is going to whip it out to Britton Covey on a little bit of a flare screen. Covey gets some good blockers out in front. He's going to pick up about 5 or 6 yards. We're good. Ravens do have a new defensive coordinator after Mike Macdonald took the head coaching job with Seattle. It's going to go for a gain of 6. 2nd and 4 coming up. Empty set for Pickett. 5-man front for Baltimore. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught. And it's brought in by Johnny Wilson. That's an Eagles first down. Type those ones. Johnny Wilson looks as big as advertised, wearing the number 89, formerly worn by Jack Stoll. Ball at the 42. Pickett, handoff. Kenny Gainwell, lot of space, runs right up the middle for a big chunk. And the Eagles are into Ravens territory to the 48, 49-yard line. They're going to spot it at the 48, and it's going to be about a 2nd and 1. Pickett in the shotgun. Gainwell to his left. Handoff goes to Gainwell. First down, Eagles. He gets past that line to gain and picks up about 3 or 4 yards. Another first down for the Birds. Type those ones. Zachary Orr is the new defensive coordinator for Baltimore, by the way, taking over from Mike Macdonald. 2-by-1 set. Saw some early movement from Philadelphia. It is going to be a false start on Fred Johnson, who's starting at left tackle. Going to be a 5-yard penalty, so 1st and 15.
Get these bots out of here, man. Spam B. Get him out.
Ball at the 49 now. Gainwell in the gun. 2 to the left. 1 to the right. Pickett fakes the handoff. Throws out to the boundary. Intended for Johnny Wilson. That pass broken up by Nate Wiggins, the first-round pick out of Clemson. We talked a lot about Nate Wiggins in the pre-draft process. He went stride for stride with Wilson. Good backpedal and then pursuit toward the football. So now it's 2nd and 15 at the Ravens 49. Pickett once again in the gun. He's operated primarily from the shotgun so far in this game. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Fakes the handoff, looks to throw. Dump off pass for Calcaterra. Some blockers out in front. Gets to the original line of scrimmage, but it's still going to be a 3rd and long for Philadelphia here. So type those threes. Type those threes in the chat.
Big 3rd down. Can they convert? Let's see it, Kenny. What you got? Kenny, 2 gloves.
Pickett in the gun. Gainwell to his right. Covey in the slot. Calcaterra flanked to the left tackle. Lone receiver to the top of the formation. Pickett going to throw deep. Incomplete. Nate Wiggins in coverage. Those are 2 really good plays by Wiggins there. And the Eagles, I imagine, will be forced to punt. And it was John Ross who was the intended target, but shielded all the way by Wiggins. Ross wearing number 83. And will the Eagles go for it here, I wonder? Given where they are on the field. They are going to go for it. It's a 4th and 7. Pickett in the gun. 4-man front for Baltimore. Pickett drops back. He pumps. He rolls right. He throws. Passing complete. And Wiggins again. Nate Wiggins with the tremendous first drive there for this Baltimore defense. That time, good defense on Joseph Nagata, who lost his footing coming out of the break. That's Clemson on Clemson right there. So the Eagles turn the ball over on downs. And I got to send out a tweet, man, giving Nate Wiggins a shout out. That was impressive. You know plenty about Nate Wiggins from Clemson, Chip.
Yeah, man. He really progressed over his time at Clemson. Had a rough first year and a half, I'd say, but he's super athletic. Pretty physical for his size, too. I think showed that off. He looks impressive.
Let's see, he was targeted, what, 4 times?
Yeah, didn't give up a single one. Definitely impressive. They were going at him.
I like the decision to go for it on 4th and 7.
Yeah, from the 42-yard line.
Where you are on the field, you're not going to attempt to kick there.
No.
I am bummed that the Eagles did not play their starters, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So if you want the Eagles to win, type those PHIs.
Let's get the chat going, baby.
Magic rug. Pause.
Pause, brother.
Gonna put user in timeout here.
Get that out of here. Get that out of here.
Magic rug. Get the bots out of here. Eagles Nation, we just did. Cool range. Chase, got an idea every time Philadelphia sacks a quarterback, you say the QB is trash. So whoever the Ravens quarterback is, you say his name and say trash. It's kind of like when opposing teams are introduced at Lincoln Financial Field or the Wells Fargo Center.
Oh, yeah.
And either Eagles fans, Sixers fans, Flyers fans, they will say sucks.
Sucks.
Following that name. For instance, starting at quarterback, Lamar Jackson. Sucks.
I love it.
So I like it, Cool Reigns. I like it. JB Warnock. Hunting Park. There he is. What's up, JB? So now we're going to see the Ravens offensively. Josh Johnson at quarterback. He's going to hand it off up the middle. Room to run. It's going to be a first down for Baltimore. Ravens not playing their starters either, so that was not Derrick Henry. That was a give to Wright. Eventually, Keely Ringo with the tackle. Nolan Smith, of note, on the field for Philadelphia. So too is Bryce Huff. Johnson. Going to throw it into the flat. Right. Makes the catch. Room to run. Gain of about 16. And it looks like the Eagles' first-string defense is playing. At least some of the players on it. Because Devin White is out there. Zach Baun, the other off-ball starting linebacker. Jordan Davis. Quinyon Mitchell in the slot. So Quinyon Mitchell getting the start in the slot. Justin D, we'll get to your super chat coming up. Ravens already to the 30. Johnson under center. Handoff to right. Up the middle. Stuffed. After a gain of about 1. Yeah, Jalen Carter's out there. Bryce Huff. So the Eagles' first string defense. They're getting some run. That's definitely a preference by Vic Fangio, by the way. Johnson empty set. Eagles tease blitz. Play clock at 3. Eagles send pressure off the left side, and that results in a pass breakup at the line of scrimmage. Looked like it could have been Jalen Carter getting a mitt up there.
And we got our first third down.
Type those 3s in the chat. Can the Eagles get a stop like the Ravens defense did? Ravens with the ball at the 28 plus. It's 3rd and 10. Eagles with the 4-man front here. They only send 4. Little twist up front. Johnson, ball nearly intercepted by Quinyon Mitchell. It's broken up. And what will the Ravens do here with Justin Tucker? Quinyon Mitchell nearly with a pick. And they're going to take the offense off the field. Will John Harbaugh. And it's going to be a 46-yard field goal here for Tucker from that left hash. Snap good, hold down, kick is up, and the kick is true. So that breaks the scoreless tie. Ravens go up 3-0. 9:20 left in the opening quarter. So some things of note so far. Had the new kickoff rule. Justin Tucker kicked it into the end zone. The touchback brought it to the 30. Eagles offensive starters did not start. Johnny Wilson did have a catch. Eagles picked up 2 quick first downs. After that, they stalled. After getting into Ravens territory, they targeted first-round pick Nate Wiggins 4 times. Didn't give up a catch. And then the Eagles defense, they did play their starters. As everybody was pretty much out there, the starting edge rushers were Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith. Quinyon Mitchell got the start in the slot and nearly had an interception. And then Justin Tucker kicks the 46-yard field goal. So Eagles offense will return to the field after this break in action. We don't take breaks here on Eagles Now, but we do want to take a moment to tell you about the Game Time app. If you're looking for the best seats at the lowest price guaranteed, an app in which the prices drop as the event gets closer, be sure to download the Game Time app here today. If you're looking to go to a Philadelphia Eagles preseason game, regular season game, you can find tickets on the Game Time app, an authorized ticket marketplace for the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, which makes getting tickets faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. But you don't just have to go to a sporting event. You can go to a concert, comedy show, theater event. So download the Game Time app. Last-minute deals, flash deals, zone deals, views from your seat before you buy so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. You create an account after downloading the app. Use the code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. That's the code CHATSPORTS. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets. Lowest price guaranteed. 963 people watching live. Already 19,000 people have joined us throughout the evening. We're approaching 78,000 subscribers. We'll be doing watch parties for every preseason game, every regular season game. Isaiah Rodgers going to take the kick at the 5. No, that's Kenny Gainwell. He's past the 15 to the 20 to the 25, and that's where the Eagles will start their second offensive possession. So that's also of note, is that the starting kick returners, Kenny Gainwell and Isaiah Rodgers.
Let's put 7 on the board here, huh? Let's go. Type those E's in the chat. Let's get a Kenny Pickett to Johnny Wilson touchdown here.
Kenny Pickett in the pistol formation, Gainwell behind him as Pickett's in the shotgun. Gainwell will run forward. That's a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 coming up. See, I wanted to see if the ball skills could translate for Quinyon Mitchell as Pickett takes the snap, fakes the handoff, swings it out to Britton Covey, makes a man miss, gets upfield. And that's that short area quickness chip that I've been talking about, where he doesn't have that vertical speed that John Ross and Paris Campbell has, but he catches the swing pass, fakes out, cuts in, and that's a good gain right there in which you see a little bit of that short area wiggle.
He wants to be more of a receiver. If he does stuff like that, man. That's a first down, baby. Tight those ones.
Gainwell going to run it up the gut. That's a nice little gain there on first down. It'll be 2nd and manageable. No, we're good. Same shit, different day, right? Eagles now have the ball at their own 42 as they continue to matriculate downfield. 2 quick first downs there for Philadelphia. 2nd and 3. Pickett, handoff to Will Shipley. He runs right up the middle. That's a gain of 4 or 5. First down, Eagles. Type those ones.
Get those ones going, baby. Ship! Hey, ship happens, man. Ship happens. I hate his number. I can't lie. 39 is disgusting.
That's a horrendous number. Does it have any emotional meaning? He just thinks it looks cool?
I mean, he wore 1 in college, so I don't know.
Ball at the 45 of Philadelphia. Pickett in the gun. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Another handoff to Shipley. This time lowers his shoulder and kind of turns garbage into gold. You thought that he was going to get bottled up right at the line of scrimmage, but he charges forward for a gain of about 3. And with a player like Will Shipley, you want to see if the physicality can translate. There you see him lower his shoulder, and he's able to turn nothing into something. They're going to call it a gain of 2, but it's a long 2 on that pickup. He stays in the game. He's to the left of Pickett. Ravens send pressure. Pickett throws to the outside. Pass caught. That's John Ross. That's a good boundary throw from Pickett as Ross reels it in. Held the record for the fastest 40-yard dash in the history of the Combine before Xavier Worthy broke that mark in March when we were there in Indianapolis. And the Eagles target Nate Wiggins again there. He gives up a reception after he gave up no catches on 4 targets on the first drive. So that puts the Eagles into Ravens territory. Shipley gonna burst forward. Good vision, very decisive. And that will be 2nd and short. Just the classic give to Shipley out of the gun. $18 away from $500 in Super Chats, by the way. They're going to call it a gain of 7. So 2nd and 3 at the Ravens 36. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. The lone receiver to the right is John Ross. Another carry to Will Shipley, but he's stopped at the line of scrimmage. So it'll be a 3rd and just more than 2 yards here. Can Philadelphia convert? I always like the fake handoff on the run pass option. Roll right, throw into the flat, and then you have some layered throws beyond that. You have Pickett in the gun, who the Ravens know very well because of the AFC North rivalry. Shipley gets the carry. He's going to run forward and on a second push picks up a first down. Eagles able to continue their drive. Some more power from Will Shipley. Will Shipley running with power, as I said, keeping the feet churning, lowering the shoulder. Pickett in the gun. Ravens send an extra man. Fakes the handoff, throws over the middle in between the hashes. Pass caught by Grant Calcaterra. He's had a really good training camp, earning the backup tight end role behind Dallas Goedert. And there you can see why. 2 super chats that we want to get to here in a second. 900 people hanging out here with us. 6 likes away from 600. Continue to like the video. Pickett in the gun, wearing gloves. Handoff will go to, I believe, Kendall Milton. Known to run hard. Minimal gain there as Brett Toth loses his helmet. Harrison on the tackle for Baltimore. 3 minutes left in the opening quarter. Eagles on the cusp of the red zone. Ball spotted at the 22. Clive Johnson, welcome back, my man. You're a real one, no doubt. It is going to be a first down for Philadelphia, just narrowly. Pickett narrowly gets the snap off. Throws to the left. He looked indecisive, but the pass is caught by John Ross. Tackled by Armour Davis. John Harbaugh is saying that he pushed off potentially. But we'll have another second and short here for the Eagles. A good drive which started at the 25. Eagles inside the game time red zone. That'll go for a gain of 9. It's a long 2nd and 1. Gainwell in the shotgun. Pickett in the shotgun. Gainwell out of the game. Shipley in the backfield. Handoff goes to him, and he's going to move the chains. First down Eagles, under 2 to go in this first.
Type your ones, baby. I said we needed a drive. They're putting a pretty good one together right now. Type those ones. Physical. Like what I'm seeing from Ship.
Ball at the 10. 3 receivers to the right. None to the left. Handoff up the middle. Shipley. Good patience. Little stutter step. Takes it to about the 6 or 7 yard line. Like what I've seen from Shipley here, Chip. Under a minute to go in the first quarter. Second and goal for the Eagles. Pickett now under center. Wilson in motion. And there's a whistle. Eagles are going to call a timeout. Play clock was dwindling down to 3 seconds. We'll get to your super chats here. Jeff Bartlett, $5 super chat. God, how I missed this. That's exactly what I said to start the watch party in the live show. I was like, we're really back? We're really back. Jeff Bartlett, glad to have you here with us. Diehard Philly fan. Dennis Designs. This one is for Chip. No motion chase. Again, Well, actually, we just saw Johnny Wilson in motion. But Kellen Moore is not going to reveal a lot. Anytime somebody sends in a $20 super chat, we got to make the other streams go crazy because they can't stand us Philadelphians, but nobody likes us. We don't care. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Dennis, thank you for that, my man.
Dennis, for you, brother. Cheers.
Cheers.
They don't want to show off all their emotion.
Yeah, they want to be as coy as possible and have that element of disguise when they take on the Packers week 1 in Brazil.
They don't want to know. Hit that thumbs up. You want to see a preseason dub? Can we get to 700 likes here?
Andrew Nathan, I hate this biased broadcast. No Eagles sideline shots. I get it's Baltimore, but come on. That's why you listen to us, Andrew. That's why you hang out here with us. We're crushing it.
B-Doc.
B-Doc is back.
B-Doc says it's his 52nd birthday today. B-Doc, happy birthday, brother. I'll give you a little cheers for that, B-Doc. Spending the birthday with us. Much love, B-Doc. We're back, man. We're back.
We're officially back.
Carol Hosey, can I like twice? We appreciate you. Only once, unfortunately. You'd probably like it 30 times if you could. Andrew Nathan wants to see some TDs. Who wants to see some TDs right here? 35 seconds left in this first quarter. Can we see our first Eagles touchdown of the year? Eagles did call their first timeout. I mean, yeah, Dennis, at least a field goal for sure. I mean, if you don't end up with points here, you're doing something wrong.
All right, interesting personnel package here. Eagles have the ball at the 7. They have CJ Uzomah and Grant Calcaterra to the right side of the line of scrimmage. Johnny Wilson in motion. Pickett fakes the pitch. Throws into the flat for Will Shipley. He's in for the touchdown. Little play action for the Eagles. Fake pitch to Will Shipley. And then Pickett rolls to his right as Shipley leaked out of the backfield. Caught it at the 2. In for the score. Birds take the lead for the first touchdown of the 2024 preseason. So the Eagles went heavy toward that right side with Uzomah, Calcaterra, and Johnny Wilson. And then they throw to that side because they beefed up the protection. So while you're not unveiling a lot, that is creative offensive thinking right there. As Jake Elliott misses the PAT. No good. 6-3 ball game. So Kellen Moore not displaying a lot of the pre-snap motion that we want to see from this team. But that's the type of play that I'm talking about that you didn't see a lot of last year. Where you bulk up and beef up that right side and flank to the right tackle. You have CJ Uzomah, who's a good blocking tight end. And that tells me he's the tight end 3. Albert Okwuegbunam can't block. You have Greg Calcaterra there. And then the 6'6 Johnny Wilson. And then you fake the pitch to Will Shipley, who then leaks out on the screen. And Kenny Pickett delivers an accurate throw, and Shipley's in there easily. Just like Maggie McGill said earlier, show us the TDs. Type those TDs in the chat. Carol Hosey said, what, Jake? What did you say? Team Bird said, Jake? Did he have a pause moment?
What did I say? What's
Team
going on?
Bird's too good for you. Kane Angel, AJD, Mitchell Matthews, typing those TDs. What did Chip say?
What did I say? Oh, they're saying Jake because Jake Elliott.
Oh, okay. It's preseason for Jake Elliott.
I'm like, what?
That's what I was wondering.
I'm like, what did I do?
I didn't know if you said a pause moment.
I didn't think so.
Here's our Super Chat menu. All Super Chats get a shout out. You send in a $10 Super Chat. You get in our Eagles flag raffle. $20, we'll do our Eagles chant. Our Super Chat MVP, the number to beat, $100 from Justin D. This Jason Kelsey parade speech photo. And every $200, a shotgun or a beer boot. We're at 507 right now. So once we get to 600, we're doing some more drinking here on the show.
And I will say, I see Dennis right now. Dennis, I did say if the Eagles scored and someone sent in a 20, I would do another beer bong. So Dennis is always, keeping me honest. Because Dennis sent in that 20 and said this once for Chit. So Dennis, I got you, brother. I got you, Dennis.
So I'm going to tweet out this Will Shipley touchdown, and you can see what I was talking about here on the show. Fumble on the return. Eagles recover.
Let's go!
And the Eagles are going to take over in favorable territory. It was Ali who fumbled the kickoff. It was our first look at Jake Elliott lofting the ball inside that landing zone. And who punched it out here? Oh, may have been caused by the ground. Ali got upended. I'm not sure who made that stop, but then Ali fell on his elbow and then fumbled it. So that's not going to stand. And then the Ravens run it up the middle with Wright again. That's a sizable gain. Probably going to be the final play of this first quarter here. As Josh Johnson has a hard count. And that'll take us to the second. Eagles up 6-3. Going to the second quarter. Tight those twos. Let me fire off this tweet here. I'm saying I love what Kellen Moore did. Eagles stacked up the right side of the line of scrimmage with C.J. Uzomah and Grant Calcaterra. Then Kenny Pickett faked the pitch to Will Shipley. Just a smart offensive design.
Ship happens.
That's what they used to say
Shit
back
happens.
in the day.
I like it.
That was kind of his thing at Clemson. At least they try to make it a thing.
So I tweeted out that Will Shipley ship happens touchdown. If you give me a retweet, let's get it into the jet stream. I'll give you a shout out here on the show if you do that during this commercial break. I'm going to throw it in the chat here.
Justin D.
Tweet is in the chat. Tweet is in the chat. The return of our watch parties also marks the return of the bots.
Yeah. They've been on one tonight.
They've been relentless. Jeremiah Glenn, Courtney Thornsbury, Aaron Leby, and Maggie McGill, all with the reposts. Appreciate that. Connor Hewitt, Will Shipley went to high school down the road from me. That's awesome. Where's he from, Chip? He was a highly touted recruit when he went to Clemson.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was local. I want to say... Okay, he's from North Carolina.
North Carolina. North Carolina. Shout out Petey Pablo. What y'all know about that?
Justin D with the $2 super chat.
Justin D, our Super Chat MVP today.
They're going crazy.
The number to beat for our Jason Kelsey photo is a $100 Super Chat from Justin D. Ravens. Going to start off the first quarter with the pass right in between the hashes. Little RPO, Josh Johnson to, I believe, Keith Kirkwood, Temple University legend. Who was in coverage there? Let's see.
Isaiah Rodgers.
I think it was Isaiah Rodgers who got beat on the inside post. Almost ripped that ball out as Kirkwood went to the ground. So a smart and heady play there. Yes. So Baltimore, 2 plays already at the Eagles' 40. Quick throw from Johnson. It's going to go for a gain of about 6. On the tackle there is Jalen Hunt, who dropped back in coverage there. Interesting. Second and 3 for the Ravens at the Eagles' 33. We're $91 away from another shotgun. Johnson in the gun, puts the back to his right. And I think there's a false start there on Baltimore. Back him up. Indeed, back him up. Back him up. That'll make it a 2nd and 8. A lot of reposts on the Will Shipley touchdown video. Victor Green responded. Appreciate that, man. Shout out to Carlos, Clive Johnson, Kane Angel, Victor Green, Jeremiah Glenn, Courtney Thornsbury, Aaron Levy, and Maggie McGill. 2nd and 7. Eagles show pressure. They bring the house. Johnson throws left side. Oh, what a great back shoulder ball. Keely Ringo in coverage there as Wallace made the catch. That'll put Baltimore inside the game time red zone. Devin White, a part of that blitz package. You just can't throw it any better than what Josh Johnson did. And Josh Johnson's been in the league for about a decade at this point. Ravens going to run it here. Nothing doing there for Wright, who's had a decent night. James Bradbury in the game at safety. If you're Keely Ringo, I'm not even chalking that up as a bad coverage play. Tylan Wallace made a terrific catch. Entering his 4th year out of Oklahoma State. Under 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. Johnson in the gun. Ball at the 17. Man in motion from left to right. Eagles bring more pressure. Quinyon Mitchell nearly gets home. Johnson's going to take off. And he's going to pick up the first down. He beat Jalen Hunt to the sideline. How about Quinyon Mitchell on the blitz? Came from that slot area. He kind of over-pursued. And Johnson saw him coming, so he scampered. Ball at the 8. Johnson under center. Heavy package for Baltimore. Handoff up the middle. Inside zone run. Down to the 5.
Let's get a stop here. Let's get a stop here. Spam those S's for stop. Let's hold them to 3. Hold them to 3, or better yet, force a turnover. Let's get those S's in the chat. Come on, baby. Let's go.
2nd and goal. 4-man in the box for Philadelphia. Johnson takes the snap, looks right, throws left. Ball broken up. Keely Ringo. Really good defense there on Keith Kirkwood. Johnson had to go through his progressions, and that's a good play on the ball there from Ringo, who was playing outside corner and dislodged that football. It was thrown a little bit behind Kirkwood, but either way, Ringo had some really good coverage, got away with the slight tug of the jersey, put his hand in there, and Kirkwood couldn't reel it in. It's 3rd and goal. Type those 3s. Johnson looks, and he's going to get brought down. Eagles pressure got home. Devin White, Zach Bond, I believe, on the tackle. to take Johnson down at the 3. And the Ravens offense will exit the field. Justin Tucker, who hit from 46 earlier, going to come in for a chip shot to try to tie this game up at 6 apiece.
That's why you typed that message, baby. Maybe we'll get a block here now if you type those 4s. Pretty much impossible when you're this close to the goal line to block a field goal, but
it's going to be a 20-yard kick. Easy money for Tucker.
we got a tie ball game, folks. Should be up 1.
Yeah, Jake Elliott missed the PAT. Will Shipley with the touchdown catch. 936 people watching live. Thanks to everybody for hanging out here with us. Our watch party sponsored by Game Time. If you're looking to go to an Eagles game in the future, download the Game Time app. Make sure you toggle the all-in pricing option. Therefore, you don't get hit with surprise fees before checkout. I love their zone deals, their flash deals. They specialize in ticket prices getting lower as the event gets closer. Vikings-Eagles tickets as low as $30. If you want to take the family to Lincoln Financial Field in South Philadelphia, it's deemed as a top event. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. If you use the code CHATSPORTS, terms apply. You will get $20 off your purchase. First purchase only. You want to go to a Philadelphia Phillies game? You can do that. So download the Game Time app. Use the code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. You can save money with that promo code, but also as the event gets closer, prices drop. All that information down below in the show notes and in the description of this video.
We're making our way right now towards 78,000 subs tonight.
Yes, we are.
We picked up, like over 200 tonight, I believe?
Yeah, over 200 subscribers so far picked up during this watch party. You can file that under things that you love to see.
Kane Angel. What up, Kane Angel?
Kane Angel always hanging out here with us on Eagles Now.
Just unsubbed. Boo.
Who unsubscribed?
Oh, B-Dog says, tonight at 1 a.m., my birthday party will be at Chipper's house. All is invited.
All right.
I didn't know he was getting down like that, B-Dog, but I can't say no. I can't say no to that. I could be in.
27,000 people have joined us so far as we're in this second quarter. Jeremiah Glenn, hey Chase, appreciate the shout out. Let's win a Super Bowl this year. EAGLES Eagles. Jeremiah Glenn, thanks for being a real one and hanging out. Woo! It's fun to react together to what's happening in a football game. Awesome. Nothing beats this. Justin Tucker, another go at the new kickoff. And it's going to be Shipley, who faked the handoff to John Ross, and then he took it out to the 25. So, look, with the old kickoff rule, you always saw kicks booted out of the back of the end zone and then an automatic touchback to the 25. Now, we actually get to see a play, and it's kind of difficult to get to the 25 or past it. So I kind of like it because it's the return of real football as compared to these kickers just showing off their legs, and nobody's really had a game to see that. I want to see scheme. I want to see design. I want to see athletes in open space. 1st and 10 for the Eagles. Kenny Pickett still on the field. Empty set. 2 to the right, 3 to the left. Pickett steps up in the pocket. He's going to run as the front 4 pressure for Baltimore disrupted that play a little bit. Maybe a gain of 1 for Pickett there on the run. Yeah, seeing some Johnny Wilson would be good. They do log it as a gain of 1. Pickett in the shotgun. Eagles going to run it right up the middle. Nice little gain there from Nicholson. And it's going to be a 3rd and short. Type those 3s.
Got to convert here. Don't want to go 3 and out.
Albert Okwuegbunam in the game. Pickett in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the right. Eagles are going to run it up the middle. And on a 3rd and 2, it's going to be close. The Eagles are short. And that was Lou Nichols again on the carry. Lou Nichols played his college ball at Central Michigan. Will the Eagles go brotherly shove here? I wore my brotherly shove shirt to the office today, and some people were like, that's a dope shirt. I said, I know. Eagles are going to go for it. Maybe they're going to try to get the hard count. They will go brotherly shove. Ravens stack the box. Pickett. Oh, man. Did he get a second push? I think they gave him a good spot. And they're going to give him the first down. See, this is why I was saying when other teams and fan bases were trashing the brotherly shove, it's just not the same without Jalen Hurts as compared to other quarterbacks and other teams. The Eagles had a 92+% success rate on the brotherly shove last year. All other teams were like 10% less. Kenny Pickett struggled with that. He fumbled the snap, I believe, and thank God he was able to get that second push because it looked from the jump that he didn't get it. Pickett fakes the handoff to Nichols, steps up, gets pressured, rolls right, maintains his eyes. He's going to run and slide. There is a flag downfield, but it's a holding on the offense. Replay first down. Penalty on Tyler Steen, not good.
Not what you want to see from Tyler Steen. That's for sure. A guy you hope could start for you.
Yeah. I think Mekhi Becton's going to beat him out. Little swing pass out to, is that CJ Uzama out there on the perimeter? What are we doing? Why is CJ Uzama on the perimeter there? On that quick swing pass. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Don't you want somebody a little bit faster out there? Second and 17 for the Eagles. Approaching 6.5 in this second quarter. Pickett will throw once again. Moved off his spot, and he's going to have to throw it out of bounds. 3rd and forever coming up. Pass rush was there. Coverage downfield there for Baltimore. Nobody really open downfield. And then by the time that Pickett was going through his progressions, the rush was in his face. Brent Urban, 11th year out of Virginia, the one who kind of got home to Pickett there.
Alexis, the dots you see on our graphics right next to the score in the
Timeouts.
football, how many timeouts they have left? New addition this year.
Pickett going to drop back. He's going to fire. Pass is caught by John Ross. The Eagles get a couple yards past that original line of scrimmage, but once again, Eagles offensive line not able to hold up, so Pickett had to climb the pocket, and then as he threw, he kind of got hit and swiped on that right shoulder. Still able to zip that ball in there, though, but the Eagles are going to have to punt it. We do have new graphics. I think they look awesome. A little bit of a graphics reset for us. Has anybody noticed that? Type me down in the comments section. We'll give you some shout outs. And on the scoreboard, the timeouts are new. We have some new color schemes and some new backgrounds. Some more stuff to come as well. Punt is fielded at the 12. Great special teams coverage by the Eagles. Nakobe Dean, part of that stop there as he's getting some special teams run. And the Ravens, they will get the ball back offensively with 5:34 left in the second quarter.
We are just 21 likes away from 700 likes. Can we get there right now?
Let's
do it. Right now. Let's get there, baby. Can we get there? 21 away. It sucks to convert on a 4th and short just to immediately be in a 3rd and 17. It's never what you want to see. We're 20 away. We got more bots in the chat. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're 14 away from 700. We're 2 away.
2 away. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. There we go. Past 700.
Let's go. The bosses will be proud. The bosses will be real proud about this stream tonight. Y'all been killing it. Y'all been killing it. We got 6 minutes left. Super chats have slowed down a little bit since the start of the game. I want to make a proposal here.
You know who that was on the tackle downfield on special teams? Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was him and Nakobe Dean. I wasn't sure who the other player was.
We're at 509 in super chats right now. 6 minutes left until halftime. If we can get to $600, so we're 90 away. If we can get to 600 combined before halftime, I'll do a little beer bong at halftime. And if we get to 700 somehow, I'll do a boot. But 600 by half, I'll have a beer bong coming. Again, combined. Let's see if we can get there.
Johnson going to take the high snap. Pressure gets to him. Forced to throw it away. And that was Nakobe Dean right in the grill of Johnson. Eagles are asking for an intentional grounding. There was a flag on the play. Holding on Nolan Smith. So negate that. Nakobe Dean on a little bit of a delayed blitz, it looked like. And I imagine Nolan Smith dropped back in coverage there. Not going to give us a replay. So we march on. Ball at the 25 for the Ravens. 5-man front for the Eagles. Ravens run it. They get a decent push, a gain of about 3, maybe 4. They're going to call it a gain of 3. 2nd and 7. Eagles show blitz. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. He gets stuffed, but he forces an errant throw. But Ryan still made the catch. He picked that right off the grass. Nolan Smith in the slot. That's crazy. And they might review this play. Nick Sirianni is going to challenge this, I believe. And he is going to challenge it. Challenging the ruling of a completed catch. Jordan Good, is Henry playing? No. Eagles defensive starters started. Eagles offensive starters did not start.
So for those of you who saw it, do you think that was a catch? They didn't really show any good replays. I'm going to say...
I couldn't believe that they called it a catch because that's a really difficult grab.
I'm going to type my ends. I think he came down with it. Oh my God, what is this?
This is crazy.
I'm going to say he didn't catch it.
Yeah, if Sirianni got buzzed from up top that quickly, I'm going to say that they're pretty convinced he didn't catch it.
I think he might have had it, but I think he hit the ground with it as he came down. We will see. They're going to look at it. 4:35 left in this first half. 6-6 ball game. You said the Ravens have won, what, 24 in a row?
24 straight preseason games.
So this would be a monumental win.
Massive win for the Eagles.
Massive win.
So commercial break now. They're reviewing it.
Aaron says no catch. DeVonta says no catch. And it's no catch!
No catch.
Incomplete!
Incomplete! See, yeah, Sirianni had to have gotten the quick buzz.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no catch. Ball hit the ground. Good effort there by Ryan, but Eagles blitz kind of forced that off-the-mark throw from Johnson. Crazy that Nolan Smith's in the slot, dude.
Let him run after the quarterback, man.
I get it, it's a 3-4 and whatnot, but come on. Oh, the Commanders broke the streak last year?
Did they?
That's what Edwards' existence says.
Oh, they did. They won a record 24 straight preseason games.
Oh, so they did lose. Wow.
How about the Ravens putting out an article remembering every win in the Ravens' historic preseason streak? That's a funny flex. 3rd and 7, type those threes. 4:50 to go in this second frame.
Third down.
30,000 people have joined us already. Johnson in the shotgun, 3 to the left, 1 to the right. False start, I think, on Baltimore. The Eagles flinched a little bit, but not enough to go off sides. Wow, they're going to call it neutral zone infraction. Now it's going to be 3rd and short.
You really got to get those threes going now. Who is that on?
Moro Ajomo.
Let's get those threes going. Come on, baby. Let's get the chat going. Carol, Josh Smith, Chris, Aaron Levy. Come on.
Man in motion from right to left. 3rd and 2. 4:50 to go in the second. It's a long 2. Johnson will throw it. Moved off his spot. Steps up in the pocket. Brought down. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Ankle tackle. That is not a first down. Good pursuit there from Trotter, who had to fight off some blockers because originally he was upfield and had to get downfield to take down Johnson. Ravens got a punt.
The Clemson boys showing out.
So Jordan Stout, the Penn Stater, out to punt it away. Let's see, who's back to receive here? Britton Covey makes a man miss. To the 10, to the 15, stays on his feet, to the 25, 30, cuts it upfield. He gets tripped up, I believe, by the punter. Britton Covey with another really good return the last year and a half. He's been awesome. And are they going to call that a sack for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. on that third down? They do give him the sack. Kenny Pickett still in the game, still wearing those gloves. Fakes the give to Shipley. Throw over the middle. It's dropped by Albert Okwuegbunam. Now, the throw was behind him, but if you're fighting for a roster spot, you have Nate Wiggins on you, and you have the size advantage, use your body to create a window there for Pickett and make that play. Now, of course, that's instant reaction. I'd like to see a replay, but it looked as though that's a play that Okwuegbunam should make. Instead, it's a 2nd and 10. Ball at the 37. Pickett looks right, had his eyes there the whole time, and Okwuegbunam broken up again by Nate Wiggins. Didn't that ball kind of go through his hands too? Yeah, he had 1 foot down. Don't love it. 3rd and 10. You have Ross, Okwuegbunam, Covey, and Wilson on the field for the Eagles. Shipley in the backfield. Ravens bring a ton of pressure. Pickett sacked. Williams with the sack from the corner. What happened here? Just a free run. Nobody blocked Williams. Shipley had to take the inside guy, so that left Williams wide open on the pursuit of Pickett. 4th and 20. 420. Shout out Millie315. 819 people hanging out here with us. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Year-round and daily coverage of the Birds. Braden Mann punts it away. Taken at the 22. Good coverage downfield by the Eagles there. Michael Clay, special teams coordinator, his stock up after last year. Eagles gave him a little bit of an extension and pay bump after a bad year in 2022. Ravens didn't make a lot of marquee free agency moves, but Derrick Henry, Eddie Jackson, 2 of them. They did lose Jadeveon Clowney, so they're going to look to replace some of that pass rush production. Andrew Nathan, Pickett is staring down wide receivers. On that play to Okwuegbunam, he was looking at him the entire time. That was the throw to the boundary. 2:46 left. The Ravens will get the ball to start the 3rd. Johnson pumps, pressured, throws underneath. Nakobe Dean with the tackle there, and then in doing so, ball came out. Derrick Henry is massive. It's actually wild how big he is. He's run for 9,500 yards, 90 rushing touchdowns on 2,000 plus carries. The thunder and lightning of him and Lamar Jackson, if he stays healthy, could be really exciting. 2nd and 10. Eagles send pressure, nearly get home, and they force the incompletion. On the blitz there, Who was that? I had the Eagles roster popped up here.
You know what that means, though? It's third down.
Getting home on the blitz was Patrick Johnson. 3rd and 10. Ravens run it up the middle. Nearly broke a long run. But Nakobe Dean with the ankle tackle on right. The Ravens will be short. Let's see a little 2-minute drill here for the Eagles if they can get the ball back. As you can see, Philadelphia with 2 timeouts. Ravens with 3. Well, the Ravens go for it. They're in their own territory. Ball just shy of the 35. About a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. They're going to take it down to the 2-minute warning. If anything, they're just going to, I would imagine, try to draw the Eagles off sides. Harbaugh's going to talk it over. Robert, a $5 super chat. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Eagles football is back. And the accident waiting to happen, Dallas Cowboys revisit their pipe dreams. Go Birds! Robert, thank you for that. And in speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, I put this out on my X page and Instagram. Jerry Jones said yesterday, no rush to get a deal done with CD Lamb. CD Lamb quote tweets that and says, LOL. Micah Parsons retweeted CD Lamb. The drama in Dallas is already underway. Dak Prescott, precautionary reasons, ankle injury. These are things that you love to see. The Cowboys being a disaster. Let's do this.
At Dallas.
Over the next 2 minutes, whoever sends a $2 super chat, a $5 super chat over the next 2 minutes, $5 super chat next 2 minutes, you get in the running for Eagles raffle flag. Kelly Green flag, that's 50% off over the next 2 minutes. It blends in with the green screen, but old school Eagles logo, Kelly Green. Anybody throughout the night who sent in a $10 super chat gets in the running to win our Eagles flag. Over the next 2 minutes, the timer is on. $5 gets you in the running. And let's put Robert in there, Chip, to get it going. $36 seconds in.
Robert, you in, baby. You in.
You in. The bots are back.
We got 48 entries right now.
Pretty good.
Justin D has a lot of them.
Duck phallus from Robert. I love the
Yes,
eagle emoji
sir.
and American flag. John Dietz saying Coach Jones. What's up, Coach Jones? Black mask in honor of Nick Foles. Big Dick Nick.
BDN.
Lord Buddy Bear saw Barry Sanders playing the Holiday Bowl in his last game against the OSU Cowboys. It wasn't fair how good he was. Buddy Bear! 123 in. Whoever sends a 5, you get a ticket to win our Eagles flag.
We're also 85 away from 600. I said if we got to 600 before halftime, I would do another beer bong.
Yeah, I owe a shotgun whenever we get to 600.
Can we get there? We only have 2 minutes and counting, so.
Go Birds 21. Ravens get the ball to start the third. Eagles got the ball first to start the game. So 4th and 3, the Ravens will now punt, and we get to see a little bit of a 2-minute drill here. Ravens booted away. Anaya Smith, I believe. Yes, back to return, but the punt leads him out of bounds, so we don't get to see what he can do. They're highlighting the play of Nate Wiggins. He was just awesome in this game. Targeted 4 times on the first drive. Eagles 0 for 4 in targeting him. Now, the Eagles did not start their ones, but still. Lord Buddy Bear, don't put me in the raffle. I'm just saying hi. Glad to be off work and drinking a beer. Buddy Bear, cheers to you, my brother. Mitch will be live tomorrow for a Raiders watch party. Pickett will take the snap out of the shotgun. He pumps, looks right, looks left, underneath the covey. Going to be second and medium. Eagles going no huddle. This is what you like to see in this situation. It's exciting. Ball at the 24, 2nd and 5. Pickett out of the gun, pumps again, steps up, throws, pass caught, Covey. Again, the possession wide receiver. That's what he can bring this team. Ball to the 31. Quick snap from Pickett. Game clock at 1:11. Pass intended for John Ross. He falls. He's looking for a flag, and he gets a late flag. Is that going to go against the defense here? Pass interference against the defense. First down, Eagles. Penalty on Armour Davis. Type those ones.
Get those ones going, baby. Let's take the lead here before half.
Ball already to the 41. 1:06 left in this first half. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Low snap. Pickett still corrals it. Throws deep downfield. Intended for John Ross, but overthrew him. Armour Davis once again at corner there. 1:02 left. So that stops the clock. 2nd and 10. Ball at the 41. Covey and Ross to the right. Pickett in the gun. Shipley in the backfield. A quick throw over the head of Johnny Wilson. Couldn't bring it in. And I know that Wilson is tall, but when he came out of his break, he had to put his hands up quickly. Couldn't bring it in. Almost picked off by Baltimore. That's just a bad throw by Pickett. I mean, you have a big target like that. You can make the argument that Wilson should make that play, but that's a difficult one to make. Ball's got to be on the numbers there. Free path on that throw for Pickett. And it's 3rd and 10. Wilson and Covey to the right. Ross to the left. 3 receivers set for the Eagles. Ravens only send 4. Pickett moved off his spot. Eyes up. Looking. Underneath. Okwa-Abanam. Pass caught. Well short of that first down marker. Will the Eagles go with 51 seconds left and the clock stopped? Offense is still on the field. Wilson will come off the field. Who replaces him? Joseph Nagata, I think. Yeah, Nagata and Covey to the right. Man in motion is Okwa-Abanam. Play clock at 2. At 1, and Sirianni's going to call a timeout. Now, it was a 4th and 4, so the Eagles could have been hoping for an offsides, making it an automatic first down. I think the Eagles are actually going to punt it now. Black Mask, here because I love football. Chase and Chip are my boys, Niners, on my way to Penang from Taiwan. Don't put me in the raffle. My man. Good to hear from you. A legendary Chat Sports viewer. Safe travels to Penang. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Hope you're enjoying Taiwan with all the baddies. Eagles offense stays on the field. Now they could, of course, take a delay of game and then punt to give Braden Manson more real estate. But Stay aggressive, be aggressive. There's Black Mask. Looking swollen the cutoff. Pickett in the gun, Shipley to his left. 3 receivers to the left. Covey, Wilson, Ross. They're going to put Covey in motion. Nobody follows him. Ravens in zone. Play clock at 4. At 3. At 2. At 1. That's exactly what I predicted. Eagles take the delay of game. More real estate for man to punt it away. And that's what the Eagles will do. Shark Boss. I play for Fontana Bulldogs in California, but I love Philadelphia so much. The Eagles too. Nice. Peter, win or lose, glad football is back. Amen, my man. Amen.
It is back.
Man, boots it. Oh, man, that's a soaring punt. Bounces to the 20. Corralled at the 10. Will Shipley getting some special teams coverage action. And he makes the stop at the 11. 42 seconds left. Eagles going to play a little prevent here to be safe, I would imagine. Bertha Tahoe. Can I have a shout out to my friend Murphy? Shout out to Murphy and Bertha. Love those 2 names. 1st and 10. Johnson in the gun. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Eagles blitz again. They nearly get to him. Jalen Hunt chasing down Johnson. Pass dropped. Should have been caught by Wade. Johnson made a good throw on the run. Vic Fangio dialing up a lot of blitzes here. Jalen Hunt nearly brought down Johnson. Would have been close to a safety. And Wade tried to run before he caught it. That's what they teach you not to do. .35 seconds left. Eagles only send 4. Johnson deep toward the near sideline. Broken up by Keely Ringo. That's his second pass breakup of the game. Washington, the intended target. And I'm going to put Keely Ringo on my post-game notes.
See, those are the kind of plays that I'm excited to see Keely Ringo make. A guy who could be fighting for a starting job.
Yep.
You like to see him against these backups show out.
And now the Ravens just going to run it. 3rd and 10. Eagles will take a timeout. So 24 seconds left. Stop the clock at 24. They'll have no timeouts remaining. Just hoping they can get a bad punt or a good return to try to maybe get 3 here before recess. Go Birds making a good point. They could just kneel this. Yes, they could. Well, no. They'll kneel it, and then the clock will stop because it's a change in possession. So they do have to punt it away. Anaya Smith, back to return. He's dropped some punts in training camp. Can he make something happen here? Nick Sirianni and his staff have really liked him over the last couple of years. Dynamic punt returner at Texas A&M. Stout is settled at the 1, so he'll need a good punt here. Smith will take it at the 25. Real estate in front of him, can't make a man miss. Great special teams tackle by, let's see who that was, Kane. If Smith made him miss, he'd have some more room, but he couldn't shake him. Tried the little stutter and then spin, but didn't work out. Good pump by Stout, too. Needed to have some length on that boot. He did. We'll stay live for our halftime show, by the way. We're at $524 in Super Chats. Once we get to 600, it's another shotgun. 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific right now on this Friday, August 9th. Pick it in the shotgun. Only 15 seconds left. I imagine Philadelphia content with just taking this to the break, but the Ravens are going to call a timeout. Shark Boss, good luck for your first game on the 17th. My name is Chase, by the way. Make sure you subscribe. Join us for future watch parties. Go Birds 21. Go deep. Pickett will throw, and he's going to get sacked. That'll take us to halftime. Backup offensive line, not great for the Eagles in this first half. Darian Kennard, Johnson kind of pushed around a little bit. Ravens always a team that's physical up front. So 6-6 at half. Who you got going into the second half as halftime is here? PHI for the Eagles. BAL for the Ravens. Dennis Designs, $20 super chat. Did you get my email about Devin Hester? Will we ever see the likes of him again with these new kickoffs? But I'm eager to see the new blocking schemes. So let me see if I got your email, my man. Let me see.
Getting that up for you, Dennis.
Dennis operating the camera in the profile picture. So Dennis sent me an email, what was that, 7 days ago? I was in Maine at that point. New kickoff rules. Guess that is why we were putting Devin Hester in the Hall of Fame, as we will never see a returner like him again. So I don't know if we'll ever see a returner like Devin Hester again. Very rare also to see a specialist, a returner, in the Hall of Fame. One of the best to ever do it. And I don't think we'll see another player like that. Also, the game has changed where obviously kickoffs have changed. And it's just a harder play to have an explosive play on. Now, Devin Hester got into the Hall of Fame. Dante Hall was also a terrific returner back in the day for the Kansas City Chiefs. First team All-Pro in 2003. Second team All-Pro in 2002, two-time Pro Bowler, kickoff returns yard leader in 2004, member of the 2000s All-Decade team. Could he be another specialist that gets in? Maybe. But again, because he was a specialist, really hard for those types of players to get in. But he was super dynamic, as was Devin Hester. Thanks for the 20, my man. DeVonta Coulter, he is a first-time Super Chatter. We're $51 away from 600 in Super Chats, and once we get there, another shotgun. This D. Hush from Arizona, my guys. Love y'all. Show. Eagles fan all day. So, DeVonta Coulter is your nickname, D. Hush? I like that. From Arizona. Nice weather. My guys, you're our guy. Love you too. And thanks for supporting the show. Salute. 35,000 people watched us for that first half. That's incredible. J9 official, can somebody tell me why the starters not playing? Defensive starters started. Offensive starters did not. J-Dot the kid, what up, man? Yo, what's up, Chase? Good to see you again. DeVonta, here's that 5. And we'll go through some stats here in a moment. We want another shotgun, baby, from Marcus. We're 51 away. What I'm going to do right now, empty the tank, hit the bathroom. By the time I come back, will I have more room for a shotgun? Chip is going to chop it up with everybody for now. We don't take breaks here on this show. And we'll be back for some second half action and some halftime stats. Yeah. Here's Chipper.
Yo. DeVonta Coulter with another $1 super chat, sending a little sticker. Appreciate that from DeVonta. What are our thoughts in the first half here? Who do we think has been the most impressive player so far? For me, I'm biased, but I think it's been Will Shipley, man. He's been great. He's been great. He's been running hard. Now, the stats don't say he's been tremendous. 7 carries, 23 yards, 3 yards a carry. 1 catch for 7 yards and a touchdown, but he's been running hard, running aggressively. Jeremiah Trotter's look good. Keely Ringo's look good. DeVonta Coulter with another one, a $2 super chat. So DeVonta Coulter has sent in his first, second, and third ever super chat back to back to back. The boy D Hush. That's a great nickname. The boy D Hush. Angela, what's up? Really appreciate your gift. It's sitting on my desk in the office right now. It looks great. Right next to Chase's as well. You had the best line of the night with "Ship happens." It makes me laugh. Hey, when Will Shipley was, in college at Clemson, that was his thing. We would say "Ship happens." Ship happens. He's inevitable. Alling, what's up, Alling? How we doing, brother? Carol, absolutely. Will Shipley's been good. And good point here. Britton Covey's been good. We saw the one punt return from Anais Smith. Wasn't great. Tried to make a man miss. Couldn't make it happen. I think Covey's got that on locks. So he's obviously clearly a lock to make this roster. So what does that mean now for the rest of the receiving group? Because technically he takes up a spot in that receiving room, but doesn't really play as a receiver. Go Birds. Eagles better do some shit the second half. I think we're going to see a lot of Tanner McKee this second half. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him the entire second half. Kind of see what each of them can do with a full half of football. McKee's coming, Dennis. McKee is coming. Jado the Kid, Kenny controlled the ball in the first half, but looks a little gun shy. Get rid of that thing. Yeah, first game here with the Eagles. He's probably trying to do the right thing a little too much. But I agree with what Tom Bragg says. He's way better than Mariota. Even though he hasn't been super impressive and super explosive or anything like that, I think he's been okay, which is better than Mariota. I want to ask you something. Will you wish me good luck for my game, Fontana Bulldogs against Unknown? Wish me good luck, tackle and center. Hey, good luck, man. Playing on that offensive line. Tackle and center. Interesting. No guard. Best of luck to you, Shark Boss. Best of luck staying healthy as well. Hope you stay healthy, unscathed. Get some pancakes for me, brother. Get some pancakes. Put some people on the ground. That's what I want to see. Go Bird says, choose rap or pop music. I like rap, hip hop. I don't really listen to pop. Though I'm starting to expand a little bit, Since I came to Texas, a little more country in there.
Country?
A little country in there, Well, when I went to Clemson, I started listening to a little more country. And now even more that I'm here. I like it. I like it. Taz says, where'd the other goofball go?
Who said that?
Taz.
Where's
the other goofball? He's right here, baby.
I'm right here, Taz. Best song is the Eagles fight song from Go Birds 21. Taz, you're a goofball, man.
I'm going to run to the bathroom. If someone sends in, I'll go halftime discount. Someone sends in a 25 before I get back from the bathroom, I'll do a little halftime special beer bong. But got to be before I get back, and I'm out of here.
So Chip is going to depart. I'll continue to hang out with everybody. You can take a look at those stats. So the Eagles' offensive starters did not start the game despite there being reports, and I was told that the Eagles starts were going to get a little bit of run. Now, the Eagles' defensive starters did start. We saw a lot of Kenny Pickett in that first half, 13 of 21, so the yards per attempt number, not great. For 90 yards, a touchdown to Will Shipley. More on that in a moment, no picks. Kenneth Gainwell, 4 carries for 23. John Ross, 3 catches for 28. For the Ravens, Josh Johnson, 4 of 12, 62 yards. Owen Wright, 7 carries, 33. Tylan Wallace, 2 catches for 26. When I go through some of my notes, this is what I've kind of analyzed here in that first half. Eagles offensive starters did not start, unfortunately. I really wanted to see them get a little bit of runway and at least get a series, right? Unfortunately, we didn't see that. Johnny Wilson did have a catch on that first drive. That was good to see in breaking route. The Eagles on that first drive did target first-round pick Nate Wiggins out of Clemson 4 times. He was tremendous in that first half. On that first drive, he didn't give up a single catch. Really sticky coverage on John Ross, on Johnny Wilson, on Joseph Nagata. That's a player who the Eagles were rumored to be interested in. And as we know, they ended up drafting Quinyon Mitchell over Nate Wiggins. We'll see if that pick ends up being a good one. The Eagles defense did play their starters. The starting edge rushers were Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith. Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis were in there. I imagine Vic Fangio wanted to see his starters on the field a little bit. Old school guy, doesn't surprise me. Now, while Nate Wiggins looked very good in that first half, in limited action, Quinyon Mitchell, who did start and was on the outside and on the inside, got to start with the ones, and he nearly had an interception on a 3rd and 10, making a play on the football. And Quinyon Mitchell was a pass breakup machine at Toledo. He has really good ball skills and instincts and ability to drive on the football. His last 2 years at Toledo, he had 44 pass breakups. So it was good to see him have a pass breakup there on that first offensive drive for Baltimore. The starting kick returners for the Eagles, Isaiah Rodgers and Kenneth Gainwell. I really liked what I saw from Will Shipley. He ran with some surprising power, and he has a lone touchdown in this game where Jake Elliott missed the PAT. And I like what Kellen Moore did on the play. The Eagles stacked up the right side of the line of scrimmage and flanking the right tackle were C.J. Uzomah and Grant Calcaterra. Then Kenny Pickett faked the pitch, rolled right, and to that side that they beefed up, he threw it to Will Shipley, who kind of leaked out of the backfield. Just a smart offensive design when you're not trying to reveal too much. Some of the defensive wrinkles, Vic Fangio blitzed a lot in that first half. Quinyon Mitchell blitzed at one point. I saw Nolan Smith dropping back in coverage. He was in the slot at one moment. N'Kobe Dean, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., they were on some blitz calls. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. made a good special teams play. He had a sack of Josh Johnson. Tyler Steen had a hold. Not great for him because Mekhi Becton got the start ahead of him. Britton Covey out of the slot. I like what I saw from Britton Covey. I really do think that he can be a possession type of wide receiver with a little bit of wiggle. Keely Ringo had 2 pass breakups in the first half, one in the end zone, the other on a long throw on the near sideline before the end of the first half. The backup offensive line for the Eagles, not great, as evidenced by Kenny Pickett throwing 21 times, completing 13 for only 90 yards. Hasn't had a lot of time to throw. I'm excited to see Tanner McKee in the second half. Don't need to see anything from Will Grier. Come on now. So we've picked up almost 400 subscribers during our watch party here today. Be sure to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Thanks to everybody for your support. It's been awesome to be back. Now the Eagles will kick it away. They receive the ball first. Good kick from Elliott to the 4. And a good tackle there by Jackson, who kind of just ran into Collier and dropped him. Second half underway.
Are we counting this from Holling? Was that the buzzer?
Alling! $25 super chat. Fly, Eagles, fly. That gets us to 577. We're 23 away from a shotgun. Fly, Eagles, fly. On the road to victory. Fight, Eagles, fight. Score touchdown, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Hit 'em low, hit 'em high. Watch our Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles, fly. On the road to victory. Had to give you the Eagles chant for the $20+ super chat. On the menu, it's 20. Alling, 25. Go Birds, 21. Now, Chase, your turn. Rap or pop? I grew up loving rap music. Doggy Style by Snoop Dogg was my introduction to rap when I was like 6 years old, 7 years old. Didn't look back for a long time. I think modern day rap stinks. And now my music bank is very deep and vast, but rap over pop. All right, 2nd and 7. Oh my goodness. A huge hit by Nolan Smith in the flat. Good to see him active making plays. As we have a quarterback switch for Baltimore here. And who's playing QB for them? Now it's 3rd and 9. Type those threes. Eagles with 4 men in the box. Well, they blitz again. They fake the blitz. Dean drops back in coverage. Pass left side, incomplete. Keely Ringo once again in coverage, holding up well.
Oh, 3 and out. That's what you like to see.
Now, the 3rd string quarterback for Baltimore
Yeah, who is that?
Devin Leary.
Oh, from NC State?
I think so.
I didn't know he was in the Ravens.
Yeah, Devin Leary, NC State. So let's see. Anaya Smith back to return the punt. It falls at the 35, downed at the 41 by Baltimore. As Kenny Pickett's going to come in again. We want to see Tanner McKee. Wow, Ravens have allowed the fewest points per game since John Harbaugh was hired as head coach in 2008. Nate Wiggins stays in the game for Baltimore. He has the icy grills and everything. So McKee in the shotgun. He's going to keep it on an RPO. My goodness. Gets dropped after no gain. Marcus Hebler, where is McKee, please? I'm with you on that. $23 away from a shotgun, the number to beat for our Jason Kelsey parade speech photo. It's all transcribed right here, by the way. It's very cool. Aerial view of the parade, Jason Kelsey in the Mummers gear. $100, the number to beat. 2nd and 9, so a pickup of 1 for Pickett. Handoff will go to Nichols. Another minimal gain. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Eagles. Type those threes. Drake Carlton. Hey, I'm back. What's up, Drake? Do you like jazz from Marcus? I do. Especially Texas-styled blues and jazz. You get that rock feel. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimi Hendrix. I like that a lot. Joel Silva, preach. No one likes us. We don't care. 3rd and 6. Covey in motion from right to left. Ravens send 4. Pickett going to drop it off for Nichols. Upended right from the jump by Nate Wiggins again. I mean, the Ravens have seen everything they've needed to see from Wiggins. Do you need to see any more? Guy looks like a starting corner in this league already. Nate Wiggins with that 4.2, 4.3 speed. Good pursuit right there. Eagles 3 and out. Braden Mann, another punt. Oh, it's a good one. It's going to drop down at the 10. Eagles down at there. Zach McPherson, very good special teamer. Downs it at the 10. Ravens will have to go 90. Our watch party, Eagles-Ravens, sponsored by Game Time. If you're looking for the best seats at the lowest price guaranteed, prices drop as the event gets closer. Lowest price guaranteed. When you compare Game Time to other ticketing apps, Game Time is your answer. Get $20 off when you use the code CHATSPORTS. Terms apply, first purchase only. So download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, and you can save money, put together great memories. And Game Time is just absolutely awesome. What I love about it, too, easy to use. You can save money. Prices drop as the event gets closer. You can see the vantage point from your seat. So you know the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. For instance, you see the vantage point at Citizens Bank Park, third baseline, in that 100 level. You want to go to a Phillies game, an Eagles game, concert, comedy show, theater event. Game Time has that and a whole lot more. It is just a terrific app. And who doesn't love putting together memories when you go to a sporting event, comedy show, or concert? Theater, if you like that as well, as I mentioned. So download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, $20 off. Terms apply, first purchase only. If you want the best Eagles coverage right here on YouTube, I want you to hit that subscribe button right now. We've been able to pick up a lot of subscribers here during the show.
I think Marcus wants to know who your favorite QB of all time is because he's asked like 20 times.
77,425 subscribers. We picked up about 400 new subscribers. Marcus, who is my favorite quarterback of all time? So my favorite Eagles quarterback of all time is Donovan McNabb. Might be unpopular, but I saw him play in 5 NFC Championship games, forming my love for football. My favorite quarterback of all time, non-Eagles, Tom Brady. Might get some people fired up. But the Eagles beat him in a Super Bowl. So it's all good. 1-1 against Tom Brady in Super Bowls. Can we get to 600 in supers? If we get there, I'll shotgun with the Eagles foam head on. They don't even sell these anymore. This is iconic. You have one? Wow, these are relics. Let's see if they even have them on Amazon, as Leary will hand it off. Short carry up the middle. Eagles foam head. Do they still sell them? These were so popular in the early 2000s. I don't think they have them anymore. I'm not seeing them. Dude, for real. I'm not going to give this one away for sure, though. See, they show them. Yeah, they're out of stock on NFL.com. They don't even sell them anymore. Used to be $27.99. That's not a bad deal. I wonder why they don't make them anymore. They're awesome.
And just like that, it's third.
Marcus, who's my favorite player of all time? The man who has donned my background for years, Brian Dawkins.
And that pass is knocked down at the line.
Who had the PBU at the LOS?
Let's see, who was that? That was... Come on, let me see.
So Ravens will punt it away on a 4th and 4. Anaya Smith going to have another opportunity here. Takes it at the 21. Cuts it upfield. Can't make a man miss.
Shout out Marlon Tuipilotu.
He kind of looks slow. And he ran a 4.540 in the pre-draft process. Chase, how about the new shirt? You like this? I think it's awesome. Shout out to Danny, Jeremy Beedling's wife, for making these for us. And Nate Wiggins is hurt. When he made that tackle, I saw him kind of come off the field like this with that arm hanging down. And after he made that play, I said, look, the Ravens have seen everything they need to see from Nate Wiggins. Get him off the field. A little bit too late. What made me become an Eagles fan? Been an Eagles fan since I was 4 years old. Just growing up in the Philadelphia area, you don't really have another choice. That's just what it is, man.
Yo, hold on, Go Birds. Hold on, Go Birds.
Thank God Wiggins is hurt. Chill.
Hold on now.
Chill, Go Birds.
Hold on now. Want to pop up Dennis's super chat. Marcus just coming
Dennis
with the
Designs with that 5. 18 away from 600.
Dude, they got to stop playing this. That thing is creepy.
Choose Eagles or choose another sport, Marcus. What do you mean? Barkley is overrated. I disagree. I think he's a dynamic special player.
You going to see Saquon this year, man. I'm telling you.
Tanner McKee in at quarterback.
Yes!
Now, if he moves this offense, that's pretty telling, I think.
He seems fine. Probably won't come back in the game, though, Nate Wiggins. I hope.
Tanner McKee, here he comes. Philadelphia's son. Who is Wiggins again? Nate Wiggins out of Clemson, first-round pick. Eagles liked him in the pre-draft process. They went Quinyon Mitchell, of course, instead. Tanner McKee in the gun. We also have a switch at running back. Ty Davis Price in the game. Physical runner. McKee fakes the handoff. Oh, man. Nearly a pick six. Worley broke on that ball as McKee faked the handoff, threw it quickly. And Darryl Worley was quickly pursuing, getting in the backfield. Not really an opportunity for McKee to see anything there. But almost a pick six. 2nd and 10. Bless you. McKee in the gun. 2 to the right. 1 to the left. Handoff up the middle. Ty Davis Price. Nice little jump cut there to make this a 3rd and manageable. Nothing was there. Little jump cut to his left. Gain of 4 or 5. And that'll bring up a 3rd and medium. Hello. 3rd and 3. Favorable spot there. McKee in the gun. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Eagles spread it out. Ty Davis Price in the backfield. Ravens send the blitz. McKee throws. Pass caught. First down, Eagles. Jacob Harris making the catch. And that'll move the chains. First down for a while there, Chip. McKee knew the blitz was coming. Threw with good timing to the outside, and Harris able to make the contested catch.
Type those ones, baby.
That's Kelsey's parade speech transcribed.
Awesome.
Yeah. Number to beat, 100 if you want to beat it, Sam. 1st and 10, ball at the 37. McKee in the gun. Hands it off to Ty Davis Price. Goes up the middle. Another nice gain there. Ty Davis Price, a former 3rd-round pick, cut by the Niners last year. I know. Approaching 8 minutes to go in the 3rd. Eagles moving the football. Approaching 40,000 views for our watch party here. 2nd and 5. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Another handoff. Price fakes left, goes up the middle. Another good gain. Another good pickup. See, the issue with Ty Davis Price is not running. He's physical, has good balance and power, not a good pass blocker, and doesn't offer you much as far as catching the ball out of the backfield, but he's a very talented runner. That is for sure. Ball at the 48. McKee now under center for the first time. 2 to the right, tight end to the left. Ty Davis Price in the backfield. Play action. McKee will throw into the flat. Pass is caught, and it's going to be a short gain. The pass was caught there by E.J. Jenkins. Another one of the backup tight ends. Out of Georgia Tech. That brings us under 7 minutes to go. And already we're seeing this offense performing better with Tanner McKee as compared to Kenny Pickett. Now, he did miss a play, but it was a McKee pass to Austin Watkins. That's going to be close to another Eagles first down. McKee in the shotgun. Stacked receivers to the left. McKee had to pump, and he's going to throw it out of bounds. That was a broken play from the jump. And that'll bring up a 4th and 1. Get Ty Davis Price back in the game and pick up this short yardage situation. I don't know if the Eagles will go brotherly shove here.
Should they go for it? Go Birds wants them to go for it.
Go for it. 4th and 1, Ravens 42, not in field goal range. Eagles will go for it. Now, Nichols is the back. 4-man front for Baltimore. Eagles do run it. Nichols picks up the first down. Type those ones. Lou Nichols out of Central Michigan. Moving the chains. Mrs. Maggie Mayflies, $5 super chat. We'll pop that up here in a moment. Really like how this offense is moving with Tanner McKee at the helm. McKee, play action, rolls right. Errant pass, but it's still caught with one hand. And it's going to be a good pickup. Kevin Fulsch, the receiver. Here's Maggie's super chat. The rage I felt learning the week I'm visiting Philly, there's an away game, cannot be overstated. The football gods are cruel. Sorry to hear about that. Second and 3. Another play action. Boot to the right. McKee throws, pass incomplete. 3rd down coming up. Again intended for Fulsch.
I don't want 3 here, man. I don't want 3. I want 7. Not 6 either. Jake Elliott. Yeah, go Birds. We're in field goal range, but I want 7. Pick this up. Come on.
Third and 3. Eagles need to get to the 30. They'll run it with Ty Davis-Price. That is excellent patience and vision there from Price, where he took the handoff. There was really nothing there, and he didn't panic. He let the play develop, and then he saw that glimmer of daylight and hit the hole. First down, Eagles. Type those ones.
Let's get this chat going again. Spam the ones, just like Marcus is. You want him to score? Type those ones. Just like Roger. Eagles prods. Tom Bragg. Let's go. Embrace. Angela. Carroll. Come on.
McKee in the gun. Another handoff to Ty Davis-Price. Runs to the right side. Stays on his feet. Minimal gain there. Second and 6. McKee in the gun. Ty Davis-Price to his right. Baltimore sends pressure. McKee throws into the end zone. Batted away. Really good play in the end zone. That pass intended for Jacob Harris again. Sticky coverage. No separation at all. So I wouldn't even call that a 50-50 ball. I'd say that was like a 40-60 ball in favor of the DB, but a good play to get his hand up there. Throw was a little bit inside. Needed to be outside and maybe a little bit higher, but again, good coverage. Third and 6. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. McKee throws inside, pass caught. Big hit on Jacob Harris, but he holds on. And there's going to be a flag at the end of the play, inching the Eagles closer to the goal line. And the DB who lit up Harris went down right away. Violent hit, which in the early 2000s when I was growing up would have been fine. Officials are going to talk it over.
So they are going to call unnecessary roughness. I want to see this hit again because I didn't think it was. Unless he led with the head. And maybe that's why he got hurt. I don't think they're going to show it again. They're not going to show it. They're going to go to commercial.
Come on, let us see the hit.
I thought it was clean, honestly, but they called the penalty.
700 people watching live, closing in on 1,000 likes. Here's our Super Chat menu. All Super Chats get a shout out. $10 gets you in our Eagles flag raffle. A lot of submissions. Over 50 submissions on that so far. Thanks for the support. Kelly Green flag blends in with the green screen, but has that awesome old school Eagles logo. $20 will do an Eagles chant. Our Super Chat MVP will get our Jason Kelce parade photo in which he's in the Mummers gear. Aerial view of the parade right here. And then the transcribed speech is also on this. The number to beat, $100 Super Chat from Justin D. $13 away from 600. And once we get there, I owe a shotgun. Andrew Nathan making a good point. The McKee quick trigger is a breath of fresh air. And I'm going to put that on my post-game notes because you're so right, and I was thinking the same thing. it's pretty telling that this Eagles offense has been able to move so much faster and so much more efficiently with Tanner McKee at quarterback as compared to Kenny Pickett. They're both not playing with starters. They're both playing with the same players. In fact, McKee is playing with third stringers.
I got a beer bong ready to go. Someone sends in a 50, I'm taking it down. I'm ready to go. It looks like we have a Eagles hater in the chat. King Cake Man. I don't know what team he's a fan of, but type in cry Eagles cry. Get him out of here.
Sanusi Kane was the rookie out of Purdue who laid that big hit. And now we finally get to take a look at it. I thought he hit him on the shoulder. Now, his tackling form was not good. He kind of just launched. So maybe that was the penalty. It was on the launch point. Ball at the 5. Pistol formation. McKee in the shotgun. Hands it off to Nichols. Runs behind the offensive line. Gets down to about the 2.5-yard line. 2nd and goal coming up for the Birds.
Gotta get 7. Gotta get 7.
I think they're going to call a little play action fake for McKee. He's good on the play action. Now, I don't like how Nichols is still in the game. Ty Davis-Price is the better running back. Stack receivers to the left. None to the right. So the Eagles go heavy here. McKee in the shotgun. Hand off to Nichols. Eagles run it again. Nichols barrels forward. Reaches for the goal line. Touchdown, Eagles! Philadelphia takes the lead, and I imagine, Chip, because it's 12-6, we might see a 2-point conversion here. Inside zone run. Eagles did a good job of blocking that up. And what will Nick Sirianni do here? Extra point to go up 7. Or a 2-point conversion. They're going to go with the PAT. Jake Elliott missed his first, so maybe the Eagles want to get him back in the groove. Snap good, hold down, kick up, kick true. 13-6 Eagles. Birds take the lead. Maggie McGill gets to see her big old TDs. Dennis Design said kick it. Show us the TDs in the chat. And if you want the Eagles to win, like the video. Jake the Make from Andrew Nathan. Not the first PAT. Is Madden out yet?
No, it comes out very, very soon,
Okay.
though. I think next week, maybe.
Okay. How is NCAA? Great game?
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah?
A lot of fun. I will say there's been a lot of issues with it.
Okay.
They're still sorting out some things, especially in Dynasty, a lot of bugs.
Okay. Like what kind of bugs in Dynasty?
Like, a lot of schedule stuff has been an issue in online
kinda
dynasties.
All right.
There's been a lot of issues with like the top 25 poll logic,
Okay.
where good teams will have 5 or more losses, but still be like top 10 just because they're like Bama or something, but they have 5
Interesting.
losses. And
Okay.
there'll be really bad teams that
That's a
have
weird
like 1 or 2
glitch.
losses. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Apparently they did fix it today. I don't know.
Got it.
That's been a glitch. There's been recruiting glitches where you can't bring in prospects on visits when you're supposed to be able to. But I'll tell you what, playing the game, it's a lot of fun, especially against your friends. We have some online dynasties here at Chat Sports, and they get competitive, man.
Yeah, what's the deal with the Chat Sports League? I've heard a lot of people talking about
Well,
that.
so unfortunately, I don't know why they do this. You can't do a dynasty on PlayStation and Xbox combined, so we've had to do 2 separate ones. So
Okay.
I'm in the Xbox one.
Okay.
I lost a game to Cullen the other day where I had a chance to kick a game-tying field goal. I got down to the 12, and I forgot to call a timeout, and
Oh,
the clock
no.
expired.
Oh, no. Would that have won or tied?
I would have tied. It would have
Okay.
gone to overtime. There was 2 seconds left. I thought I called timeout because the clock stops on a first down in college.
Yeah.
And I thought I called timeout. Clock stopped. I didn't call timeout. I lined up for a field goal, and the clock just ticks down.
That's brutal. That's a tough scene. So how about Tanner McKee leading the Eagles on a long drive to score a touchdown? I think he's better than Kenny Pickett. And I said that yesterday on the show, that Tanner McKee had an opportunity to win this QB2 role. I still think he can. Oh, what a hit! Jalix Hunt, I believe. Yes! Big special teams hit on the kick return. The Rook. So Leary's still in the game at quarterback for Baltimore. He relieved Josh Johnson. Play action. And he gets sacked! Nolan Smith off the edge brings him down. Right at the top of his drop back, Leary looked upfield and saw number 3 right in his face. Big play for Smith, who's still playing in this game deep into the third quarter. I think he should be, though, because he needs to shake off the rawness. Leary, quick throw to the left. Too high. Got to add that to the game notes here. That's going to be a long third down for Baltimore. I want to see as much Tanner McKee as possible. Third and 19, 4-man front for Philadelphia. No need to blitz here. And they nearly get home again. Dump off pass, going to be well short. As Ali took that screen, and we're going to get another quick look at Tanner McKee. 1:15 and ticking in this third. Anaya Smith hasn't done much as a punt returner. Oh, nice little twirl move. Tries to get to the near sideline. Can he get the corner? Oh, he fumbled. Now, I think the ball went out of bounds and then bounced back inbounds. But that's not a good look for Anaya Smith, who looks slow, who in training camp has dropped some punts. And with his opportunities here tonight, hasn't done much. He's wearing number 82, much slower than Torrey Smith. And that ball did go out of bounds. Anaya Smith is lucky. Eagles take over at the 28. Eagles will run it again this time. Who is that? Kendall Milton getting his first carry of the game. Center cut run for a few. And that's going to take us to the fourth quarter. Type those fours. Going to the fourth. Philadelphia up a score.
Headed to the fourth.
Type those fours. $13 away from 600 in Super Chats. If and when we get there. I'm doing a shotgun. Can we get there before the fourth? Can we get there before the fourth? More than 700 people watching live. 42,000 views here tonight. Been an awesome night. Preseason week 1. Go Birds.
Who you got as we enter this fourth quarter? Up 7. PHI for the Birds, BAL for the Ravens. You know where I stand, baby. Birds all day. Not a good look, Millie, for Anais Smith. You're so right, Chase. He just looks slow.
Looks slow and small. He ran a 4.5 at 5'9" in the pre-draft. And I questioned that literally at the time. I'm like, you're going to take a 5'9" receiver who ran a 4.5. If you're that small, you should probably be a little bit faster. And I know that the Eagles liked his short area quickness and some of that returnability, but I just don't see it as a returner here. And then he fumbles on top of some of the drop punts that he's had in training camp. Clive Johnson of the Ravens still undefeated in the preseason. I thought they were at 24 in a row, but the Commanders beat them last year. This movie commercial, Alien, I don't like it.
No, and it's played like 12 times.
Yeah. It's like the commercial, every commercial break.
Every time.
I will not be seeing Alien.
I used to be a big horror movie guy too back in like high school. Not so much anymore. That just doesn't look like a good time.
Josh Johnson was only 4.12 for the Ravens.
Clamping up. All right, here we go. Fourth quarter.
2nd and 5, fourth quarter. Eagles hit the ball at the 34 of their own. Handoff. I think that's Milton again. Look at him keep his feet going. That's what he did at Georgia. He was a short yardage goal line back who runs with physicality, and you're seeing that right here. Now, I don't know why he's behind Lou Nichols and Ty Davis Price. Will Shipley looked awesome. But now, it's Milton's time to shine. First down, Eagles. Ball at the 40. McKee in the gun, 2 to the right. Fakes the handoff. Pressure in his face. And a lot of flags there. Going to be 2 holds. As that play was broken up, kind of from the jump. They're going to call it on Matt Hennessy, who's playing this deep into the game. At right guard, he got barreled over. Just pummeled on the bull rush. So 1st and 20. Ball back at the 30. McKee in the gun, 2x2 set. Quick throw to the right, dropped. Drop by E.J. Jenkins, 2nd and long. I just like the quick decisions by McKee. Balls out, quick decisions, decisive. Pickett, not really that tonight. McKee will throw on the 2nd and 20. Deep downfield, dropped. Jacob Harris, he even said, it's on me. That was a perfect ball. Now it's 3rd and forever. If he caught that ball, he gets close to the first down marker. That's a great throw from McKee, right into the teeth of the defense. Third and 20. McKee steps up, dumps it off over the head of Milton. Eagles will punt. So man back at the 15. And I saw some early movement from the Eagles. They're going to whistle a false start, I believe. That is going to be the call. Man, good punt. All the way back to the 21. Williams takes it, room to run, and he gets upended there at the 40. That's a good return, though, of about 20 yards for Williams, setting the Ravens up nicely. So 742 people watching live. In case you're just joining us, Tanner McKee now in for Kenny Pickett. Led a touchdown drive. Like the decisiveness, the quick throws, the accuracy, the way that the Eagles offense moved. Ty Davis Price looking really good. Bo Nichols. He's a USC fighter, a former Penn State wrestler. Lou Nichols with the touchdown. Will Shipley with the touchdown. That's how the Eagles have 13 points. Our watch party, Eagles-Ravens, sponsored by our friends at Game Time. If you want to go to a Philadelphia Eagles game, Philadelphia Phillies game, Philadelphia 76ers game, Philadelphia Flyers game, or any sporting event, but also concerts, comedy shows, theater, and more, download the Game Time app. The prices drop as the event gets closer, and with the Game Time app, you're guaranteed to get the lowest price. Word of advice, this is a great function. When you're using the Game Time app, toggle the all-in pricing tool. Therefore, you don't get hit with those surprise fees at the checkout like you do on some of the other apps. I also like how you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. If you want to go to Vikings-Eagles, the only home preseason game for the Eagles, seat 25, row 11, $61. You see what you'll be seeing from your seat. No obstructed view. Or if you want the aerial view, you have that as well. So download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off your purchase. Terms apply, first purchase only. That's the code CHATSPORTS. We'll put that information down below in the comment section. It's already hanging out in the description of this video. Closing in on almost 500 subscribers picked up. To be able to do that preseason game number 1 is great. If you want entertaining, insightful, informative, thought-provoking Eagles content right here on YouTube that involves you, then hit that sub button. We love to make you a part of our shows, so thanks for supporting us. We appreciate it. Marcus Hebler, you are goated because you downloaded the Game Time app. Leary, going to hand it off. There was room to run for Ali, the late-round pick out of Marshall, who I liked in the pre-draft process, but he was stopped after a medium gain. Leary, another handoff to Ali. He's going to take it to about the 47, 48-yard line. Angela G, God glory for healing me. 63rd birthday tomorrow. How about that? Happy birthday, Angela. Type HBD in the chat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angela G. Happy birthday to you. Continued strength, prayers, good vibes for Angela G. Ali tried to bounce that run to the outside. Good pursuit by the Eagles defense. And here's that $2 super chat from Angela. Another one of our real ones. It's going to be 1st and 10. So Ali picked up that first down, but good pursuit from the Eagles defense. Fake handoff, quick throw. That was to Wade on the outside on a little bit of a swing pass. Minimal gain. And we are now $11 away from 600 in supers. Ball down to about the 45 of Philadelphia. Leary, handoff. Gain of about 2, maybe 3. Booker, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. combining for the stop.
It's going to bring up 3rd down.
Type those threes. 3rd down for the Eagles defense, approaching 11 minutes to go. Eagles with the 4-man front. Nolan Smith not in the game after his sack on the last drive. Pitch to the right, blocked up well. 1st down, Baltimore. Collier, a good run to move the chains as they had blockers pooling. So Collier had some green grass in front of him. Will Greer investor? Is Greer still an Eagle? Yes. Maybe he gets a series later. Leary in the gun. Collier to his right. Now he switches him to the left. They run it to Collier. To the 34 he goes. Good patience there on the run from Collier. Under 10 to go in this 4th. 2nd and 8. Ball at the 35. Eagles send pressure with Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Leary underneath, pass dropped. Ali in the flat. Couldn't reel it in. Clock stops at 9:41. Ravens looking to tie this game up with the touchdown. Third and 8. Type those threes. Ali in the backfield with Leary. Two receivers to the left, they're stacked. Two receivers to the right, they're stacked, but now the Ravens spread it out. Eagles with another blitz. Leary to the left side. Pass caught, just shy of the first down, though. Complete to Washington. He'll be about a yard or two shy of that first down marker.
4th down, baby. Type those 4s.
Can the Eagles get a stop? I think the Ravens are going to go, given that they're down a touchdown.
Type those 4s. Get a stop.
Gonna be 4th and nearly 2. Eagles with 4 in the box. Delayed blitz. Leary to the right side. Eagles had it bottled up, but they missed the tackle. First down Ravens. I think that was Wade who kind of ducked the defender on the outside. I'm not sure who it was. It was Hall who missed the tackle. If he brings him down right there, he's shy. And that was Tyler Hall, who's battling for a roster spot in the slot. Ball at the 17. Leary, quick throw. Down to the 10, to the 5. Is, I think, Wade again. Yes. And the Ravens are going to be set up at the 3 or 4 yard line. A few yards away from tying this game up with the successful touchdown and PAT. They're going to mark it at the 4. First and goal, Baltimore. Leary under center. Ali in the backfield. Heavy formation for the Ravens. Handoff goes to Ali. Runs to the left. He gets to the 3. Second and goal. Paul Wilczowski, hello. I saw your comment. Good to see you. Interesting profile picture choice. Spread eagle for the Eagles. Ball at the 3, second and goal. Can the Eagles get a stop? Leary under center. Another stacked formation for Baltimore. Ali gets the carry down to the 1. He's stuffed. Third and goal. What can the Eagles defensive line do here? Big third and goal coming up. Moro Ajomo. He comes in as a substitution. Split eye for the Ravens. Leary under center. Ali, the lone back, gets the carry. He's short again. Inches away from the goal line. 4th down. Eagles with some good defensive penetration there. Ali's knee was down just before the goal line. It was Washington or Ben Van Surmer on the tackle. John Harbaugh is going to challenge this spot, but this is going to be difficult to overturn because of all of the bodies that are in the trenches. I know they have that aerial view, but they're not going to be able to determine if Ali's shin is down or not.
Should be a 4th and goal coming up.
I would imagine it's going to be a 4th and goal here. More than 800 people watching live. 26 likes away from 900. Can we get the stream to 1,000 likes? That'd be great for the preseason. Approaching 45,000 views. No matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thanks for making Eagles Now a part of your night. We have people rocking with us from all across the globe. Where are people watching from? Let me know. We'll give you some shout-outs during this commercial break and challenge from John Harbaugh. I see people typing those fours. Good stuff. Aaron Levy's in Pennsylvania. Marcus in Maine. I was just in Rome, Maine, the Belgrade Lake section. I was on Great Pond for a week. Bloomsburg from the Mean Green. Philly from Savage Plays. Shawnee Pitts from Philly. Georgetown, Delaware from Tyler. England from Kane Angel. Hello from Ohio from Kevin. Virginia from Autumn. Texas from Bruce. Florida Go Eagles from Billy. Delaware from Kelly Knock. Mary Roby saying knee was down. I think so too, if not the shin. Florida from Dimitri King. Venice, Florida from James. Nice. Walmart's Finest said, I'm jizzing everywhere. Is that because the Eagles got to stop? JB Warnock, Hunting Park. Gotta love the internet, man. Yeah, the knee is down, ball short. So this is going to be a lost challenge for John Harbaugh. And the Ravens are going to go for it here. Eli Rick's wearing a new jersey number, by the way, 23. Looks a lot better than 39, which is what Will Shipley is now wearing. It's an ugly number. There's no doubt. So ball well inside the 1 yard line. Nose of the football, nearly on the goal line. Can the Eagles get a stop? They don't have Derrick Henry who they can give the ball to. He's watching on the sideline with the tank top and visor. Leary going to try to sneak it, and he's in for the touchdown. Got in on the second push. (13-12). Extra point away from this game being tied. Devin Leary just kept the feet going. Not a bad defensive possession there by the Eagles. A couple of short yardage stops. It's hard to stop a team just inches away from the goal line. Extra point is good. And so we're locked up 13-13. Chip, let me run to use the bathroom so I'm good for the post-game show. And I will be right back. By the time I get back, $9 away from $600. We get there, I'm shotgunning. Come on now, let's get it.
We're so close. Don't forget, we got an Eagles flag raffle going on in this game. $10 or more. Every 10 you send in, you get an entry. We're going to spin a wheel right now. We have 50 entries even. 50 entries even. So $10 get you in there. $20 giving you an Eagles chant. Whoever sends in the largest individual super chat, right now the number to beat is $100. That was sent in earlier by Justin D. You get a Jason Kelsey parade photo. It's got a picture of him at the parade giving that legendary speech. It's got a little transcribed script of his entire speech. So $100 is the number to beat there. If someone sends in a 50 right now, I'm going to give you a beer bong. I got the Meerbonga right here and an unopened Miller Lite, baby. So $50. I'll take that piece down. I'm sure Chase will do something as well. Tyler Scott, first-time listener. They didn't mention anything about the Eagles players, so I came here. This is great. I can watch the game on TV and listen to you. Tyler Scott, we appreciate it, man. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. For the people. Angela, glasses look good. God bless you. Are they new? So I have had these for a few months now. They're actually blue light glasses. Help with all the screens I'm looking at all day. Help the eyes out a little bit. I got bad vision, so I wear contacts, blue light glasses. Help us out. So Eagles, here's the situation right now. 13-13, 5:46 left to go in the game. Can you put together a game-winning drive here as the kick is away? It's returnable at the 10. Across the 20, 25, past a 30. Deno about the 33. Will Shipley on the return. So here we go. Can the Eagles in the preseason, with the backups, Tanner McKee leading them, put together a little game-winning drive here? They have all 3 timeouts. At the 33. What can they get going here?
McKee's still in. McKee going to throw it deep downfield. Back shoulder ball incomplete. Joseph Nagata. Some of those back shoulder balls, McKee did a great job of throwing those last year in the preseason. Ty Davis-Price in the backfield. McKee gives the ball to him. Tries to get that left side. He's going to break one free. Ty Davis-Price scampers for 13 around the left end. First down, Eagles. Type those ones. Flag on the play. An inevitable hold. That'll negate the run. Not sure who that was on. Nick Gates, recently signed by the Eagles. He was in a bad position with bad leverage. That's unfortunate. So ball back to the 22, 2nd and 20. McKee in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff, looks to throw, moves off his spot, has to throw it out of bounds. Flag, late flag. I think it's going to be on the defense downfield, either PI, illegal hands, holding. Let's see. Illegal contact. First down, Eagles. They get bailed out there. It was going to be a 3rd and 20 if that incompletion held. Eagles now in the pistol. 5:14 to go. Handoff Ty Davis-Price. Right side, breaks a tackle. Stays on his feet. Takes it to about the 32, 33-yard line. Under 5 to play in the final quarter. Ball at the 32. Ty Davis-Price flexes out wide. So 5 receiver set. Empty for McKee. Looks right, throws right. Ball batted down at the line. 3rd and 5, ball at the 32. Anaya Smith in motion from right to left. Trips left now. Negata, the lone receiver, near side. McKee looks left, throws over the middle. And the pass, I believe, is caught for an Eagles first down. They haven't signified yet what the ruling is. They're interviewing Derrick Henry here, so we're not even getting to look at the game, really. First down, Eagles. Anaya Smith, his first catch. McKee will throw toward Harris's direction. That's incomplete. .402 in the 4th. 2nd and 10 coming up. Ball at the 39. Eagles need to get to the 49 for a first down. McKee. Handoff. Milton. Great run. That's a pickup of 8. And it's going to be 3rd and 2. Third and 2. Anaya Smith in motion from right to left. McKee. Handoff. Milton gonna be so close to the first down. He's inches shy. Will the Eagles go for this? Bring out the brotherly shove again? McKee's bigger than Pickett, who picked one up a little bit earlier on the brotherly shove. I'd go for it. Screw it. I mean, McKee really just has to fall forward at 6'5", 6'6". Nose of the football short. Offense still on the field for the Eagles. They're going to run the brotherly shove. I don't know about this. I think the officials gave him the first down. I don't know if he picked it up, though. Eagles are signaling they picked it up. They're going to bring out the chain gang. See, that was so weird because McKee took the snap and stepped back and then ran forward. Hurts is so good because he takes the snap and he just moves the pile right from the get-go. Oh, boy. Eagles are short. Oh, they got it by half the football. First down, Eagles. Type those ones. Didn't at first it look like he was going to be short, but then I think they moved the chain back from the line of scrimmage or the original spot, and then the Eagles got it by about a half a football. So 2:30 left here in the 4th. The Tanner McKee, Kenny Pickett brotherly shoves have been dicey. It just goes to show you the great value that Hurts has with that play. Ball at the 49 of Philadelphia. McKee takes the snap. Handoff. Milton runs right up the middle. Sizable gain. Gonna be a 2nd and short. And that will probably take us to the 2-minute warning. We might be coming down to a Jake Elliott game-winning field goal situation. We're locked up at 13-13. We're live here on Eagles Now. Who you got? PHI for the Eagles, BAL for the Ravens. What a thriller. Game on to the preseason. 74% in the poll say Eagles will win. 26% Ravens. In the comment section, Jordan, Sean, Carol, Savage, Eagles in Racing. Ethan, Angela G typing their PHIs. I see a Go Birds in the chat from Ethan. Eagles are not far away from Jake Elliott field goal range.
Let's go, baby.
Joshua Campbell saying fly, Eagles, fly. We are still $9 away from 600 in supers. Shotgun once we get there. Approaching 47,000 views here for our watch party. I'm going to take a look at how our watch parties did last year by comparison. In a commercial break right now. You're not missing anything.
Angela, shout out to Sean. Says, can you give Sean a shout out? Shout out Angela, shout out Sean.
So we're crushing our numbers from last year. We had 46,000 views for our first watch party, Eagles-Ravens. 29,000 for Eagles-Browns. And so we're already beating that number here tonight. Let's get the 50K.
Come on, baby. Quick reminder, there's no overtime in the preseason.
Nope. Could be a tie if Jake Elliott misses.
You want to be in a situation here, though, where the Ravens don't get the ball back. You either win this game or you end in a tie. But you want to win this game. You don't want to tie. No one wants to see that. Marcus typing those PHIs. Mary thinks that Jake Elliott's going to get his revenge. Kick that game winner. Let's hope so. Let's hope it doesn't even come down to that. Maybe we just score a touchdown, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Can we get the stream to 1,000 likes? 916 likes if you want the Birds to win. Like the video, man. Almost 1,000 people watching live for the fourth quarter of a preseason game. That's great. Coming back from the 2-minute warning here. 13-13. Kendall Milton, I think he's looked good. Just had a nice carry to bring the ball to the 42. McKee in the shotgun. Another give. Milton right side. More room to run. Down to the 36. He looks decisive with how he's running. We can update the timeouts too. 2 for the Ravens here because of the lost challenge. Stack receivers to the left for Philadelphia. Milton in the backfield with McKee. Handoff goes to him. Darts to the left. Upended. Maybe a loss of a half yard. Braid with a really good tackle there. There was some real estate in front of Milton if he didn't make that play. That takes us to 1:15 left. As we know, as the Ravens call a timeout, they're down to 1. Jake Elliott, money in go-ahead tying and game-winning situations in his NFL career. Obviously, it's preseason. He did miss a PAT, but he is Mr. Clutch. Milton going to audible, it looks like, at the line. Stack receivers to the right, one to the left. They run it to the left to Milton. Little to no gain there, so it will still be a 3rd and long. They're going to spot the ball at about the 35. So from here, it would be a 50-plus yarder for Jake Elliott to win this preseason game. Now, if I'm the Eagles here, the Ravens are stacking the box. They're expecting a run. I would go play action with the short pass, and if nothing is there, McKee just dirts it. Just try to pick up some more yards here to make Elliott's job a little bit easier. More than 1,000 people hanging out. It would be a 53-yarder from here. It's 3rd and 9. So I would try a little pass to make Jake Elliott's job just a little bit more doable. Eagles will run it up the middle with Milton. Gets a couple of yards. It's still going to be 49-yard field goal here for the Eagles to take a 3-point lead. Clock will run. Ravens with no timeouts left, as you can see. That's what the 3 dots signify. Philadelphia does have 3 timeouts. And let's see what Jake Elliott can do. It's going to be directly a 50-yard field goal. 50-yard field goal for Jake Elliott. And Philadelphia's going to call a timeout. Is Nick Sirianni icing his own kicker? That timeout will take us to 21 seconds here. 44 likes away from 1,000 with more than 1,000 people watching. Can we get the stream to 1,000 likes? Let's go. We're even at 13-13. Ravens continued their preseason winning streak last year with the 1-point win over the Eagles. Now Philadelphia trying to best Baltimore in Baltimore.
Come on, baby. Spam those 4s for Jake Elliott.
Jake Elliott. For the win, off the right upright, no good. So Jake Elliott misses a PAT and the game-winning field goal. The broadcast cut out, then it came back, fast-forwarded, so we saw the ball mid-flight. And Jake Elliott misses. That's 4 points off the board for Mr. Clutch.
Oh.
So now Baltimore will have 16 seconds left to try to win. Ball is stripped. Eagles get it back on the strip sack. They're going to have another opportunity to win. No way. Jake Elliott now a shot at redemption. Emory Jones got strip sacked. Eagles recovered it. And now there's 10 seconds left on the game clock. Will the Eagles run a play to try to get more yards?
Might as well.
To make the job easier for Jake Elliott, which they didn't do before.
Put 12 on
This is a crazy ending. What if Jake Elliott misses again? Do the Eagles have a kicker problem?
Oh, God.
After giving Jake Elliott a contract extension? This is electric. Eagles are going to bring the offense out. They have 2 timeouts left. And they're going in the victory formation? No, okay. Tanner McKee is going to quarterback sneak it. And Nick Sirianni will call a timeout with 4 seconds left. So let's try this again, and hopefully the broadcast doesn't cut out. 8 likes away from 1,000. If you think this is exciting, like the video here. Jake Elliott missing a PAT in the first quarter. And a 50-yard field goal. Now he gets another crack.
Let's try this again. Spam your 4s again for Jake Elliott, man. Come on,
Type those
Jake.
4s for Jake Elliott. He's going to have another opportunity to give the Eagles a win. This will be a 49-yard field goal from in between the hashes. Rick Lavada, the long snapper. Braden Mann, the holder. 13-13, 4 ticks left. Snap good. Hold down. The kick is up. And the kick is good. Jake Elliott lifts the Eagles to a victory from 49 yards. And Philadelphia knocks off Baltimore 16-13 in their preseason opener. How about that for a way to ring in some football once again? A game with some wild twists and turns at the end, and Philadelphia is victorious. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fight, Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! That ball had a little bit of a fade to it, too. It started left and then kind of faded and drew right. What an ending. What an ending. Don't go anywhere. We're going to recap this game in our post-game show. And that's coming up here in just a moment. We are $9 away from 600 in supers. How about a celebratory shotgun if we get there? And if you send in a 10, you get in the running to win our Eagles flag. We'll announce the winner of that after our post-game show. Sincere Johnson, Dilly, Philly. Jake the Golden Legs, Snake, we did it from Mary. Aaron saying goodbye. Continue to hang out here with us if you're a real one, because we're going to recap this game. The good, the bad, and the instant reaction. Who's going to get us past $600 in Super Chats? That would be a record for a preseason game. Here on Eagles Now. Bruce Wagner, that's so funny, the game. Yeah, I agree. What a game. Marcus, I can't believe we did it. It was dicey. Cool. So we'll kind of go winners and losers here today. Stock up, stock down for our post-game show. Yeah. So 650 people still hanging out. We'll react to everything together. Instant reaction show from preseason game number 1. We'll announce the winner of our Eagles flag raffle coming up. We're just getting our graphics ready, and then we'll hit the runway. Can we do the Cowboys game on Sunday? That's the lone day off there, Bruce. So we're not going to do the Cowboys game Sunday. We can do some Cowboys watch parties, though, during the year if people are down. I'm definitely down for that. It's good the football's back, I'll tell you that. Yes, sir. All right, we're going to react to everything. Preseason game number 1 coming up right now. Philadelphia Eagles now. So let's get to step and let's talk some birds, and we'll announce the winner of our Eagles flag raffle. We'll give away our Jason Kelce photo, which right now is going to go to Justin D. Unless anybody wants to beat him out with the $100 super chat. Let's go. Welcome into the show. Preseason game number 1 in the books for the Philadelphia Eagles, and the ending was certainly crazy as the Eagles hold on to win 16-13, a Jake Elliott game-winning field goal at the end of regulation. No matter where you are, how you're tuned in, we appreciate you for making our show a part of your day. We had 50,000 people join us for our watch party, and now my instant reaction to everything that transpired in this preseason opener. So great that Eagles football is back, and there's this newfound excitement that I've sensed from this fan base about this team coming off that awful ending to last year, and there's a lot of hype around this team going into 2024, and that's particularly in place with what we saw tonight as well, because a lot of positive moments in this game for the Birds. So as I noted, Eagles winning 16-13. The bad is that Jake Elliott missed a PAT early in this game. And then he came out for a 50-yard field goal with a few seconds left, and he missed that off the right upright. But then the Ravens try to throw a ball deep downfield. Their fourth-string quarterback gets strip sacked. The Eagles recover. Jake Elliott comes back onto the field and knocks through a 49-yard game-winning field goal. So good to see Jake Elliott redeem himself a little bit. He's still one of the best kickers in the game. If he missed that kick, you worry about the fickle nature mentally of any kicker out there. Maybe you have some concerns moving forward, but for Jake Elliott to hit that game winner in there with a little bit of a fade, good for him to redeem himself. As for my real takeaways for this game, I had reported earlier on Friday that the Eagles were expected to play some of their starters for at least a series, and depending on how that series went, maybe a little bit longer. We ended up not seeing the Eagles' offensive starters, but we did see the Eagles' defensive starters. First drive offensively for Philadelphia with Kenny Pickett getting the start, they targeted Clemson first-round rookie cornerback Nate Wiggins 4 times. He was tremendous. He did not give up a catch. The Eagles picked up a couple of first downs on that first drive, and then they kind of stalled from there. And Philadelphia was high on Nate Wiggins in the pre-draft process. They, of course, went with Quinyon Mitchell with the 22nd overall pick instead of Wiggins. And we saw both of those first-round corners make some good plays early in this game while they were playing. And I'll get to Quinyon Mitchell coming up here in just a moment. Now, the Eagles defense, as I said, did play their starters. The starting edge rushers, Josh Sweat did not start. Instead, it was Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith as the starting edge rushers for Vic Fangio's defense. And going back to Quinyon Mitchell, at Toledo the last 2 years, he was a pass breakup machine. And I loved his ability to make plays on the football. And the instincts that he has there, and the ball skills that he has at the cornerback spot, it didn't result in a lot of picks, but 44 pass breakups the last 2 years. He led the nation by far in that category. And I wanted to see if the 4.4 speed would translate, if the ball skills would translate. Quinyon Mitchell got the start for the first-string Eagles defense, playing both outside and on the inside. So his stock is certainly up as we progress here in training camp going into preseason game number 2. Clearly, Vic Fangio has been impressed with what he's seen from the Eagles' first-round rookie, and that's a great sign because you have a rookie potentially making an immediate impact as the 22nd overall pick. And he had another pass breakup, nearly an interception on a 3rd and 10, forcing the Ravens into a field goal in which he had good position on the receiver and then kind of had this leverage on him in which he took this step inside to come through with that pass breakup, which nearly was that interception. So a great debut for Quinyon Mitchell in an Eagles uniform. We saw the debut of the new kickoff and kickoff return. The rules, a little bit wonky, a little bit weird. It's different. I like it, which might be an unpopular opinion because it takes scheme. It takes planning. And you can utilize some of your dynamic players as returners to try to flip the field. It also makes the kicker's job a little bit harder because you have to land it inside the 20. And instead of kickers just booting the ball out of the back of the end zone, it resulting in an inevitable touchback to the 25, it requires an actual play. So I kind of like it. And the Eagles starting kick returners were Isaiah Rodgers and Kenneth Gainwell. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, by the way. Instant reaction videos all season long. Whenever breaking news happens, we have you covered. For us to have 50,000 people tune into our preseason week 1 watch party is tremendous. We have you covered with informative, insightful, entertaining, thought-provoking Eagles coverage that involves you, the fan, every single day right here on this channel. Back to a stock up for an offensive player, Will Shipley, the 4th-round pick running back out of Clemson, really impressed me. At first, he ran with some really surprising power. He's known for more so being a finesse running back, but he kept his feet churning. He lowered his shoulder. He brought some physicality to the table, some decent patience in which he let the play develop. And he caught a pass from Kenny Pickett for a touchdown where I really liked what Kellen Moore did on the play design. So the Eagles stacked the right side of the line of scrimmage, and flanking the right tackle, you had CJ Uzomah and Grant Calcaterra. So double tight ends to the right side. Then Kenny Pickett faked the pitch to Will Shipley to the right side. He rolled to his right, and then he just dumped it off to Will Shipley, who caught it at the 2 and was able to waltz in for the touchdown. That is just smart offensive play design where you go heavy on that right side, little play action, and then you execute the play to the right side. Eagles did a lot of dumb stuff offensively last year, and obviously Kellen Moore is not going to unveil a lot, but that's a look into the offensive creativity and the thought process that he has, and throughout this game, we actually saw some pre-snap motion. Philadelphia last year was 32nd in pre-snap motion rate. So it's great to just see differences in the offensive scheme for Philadelphia. A lot more takeaways to get to as part of my instant reaction video right in the aftermath of this game. But first, today's show sponsored by our friends at Game Time. If you want to go to an Eagles game, if you want to go to a concert, a comedy show, a theater event, download the Game Time app. Because with Game Time, as compared to other ticketing apps, you are going to get the best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. And what's cool is that prices drop as the event gets closer, so you can save money and put together great memories. With their flash deals and zone deals, you can save even more. And Game Time has this lowest price guarantee where if you find ticket prices for lower on another app, Game Time will refund you. So they're going to allow you to save that money, and you can go to an Eagles game. What I also like about this app is you can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. There are also tickets available for Phillies games once they get back home to Citizens Bank Park from this West Coast road trip. So download the Game Time app, create an account, When you use the code CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off. Terms apply. First purchase only. That's the code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS. We'll put all that information for you down below in the comment section and in the description of this video. Let's talk about this Eagles defense next. I liked the defensive wrinkles that we saw from Vic Fangio. He blitzed a lot more than I was anticipating. And we saw Quinyon Mitchell blitz at one point. We saw Nakobe Dean and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. blitz at other points. We saw Nolan Smith tally a sack a little bit later. He played deep into the third quarter. I'm cool with that. He's raw. He needs to iron out the rawness. And he had a big sack on a big hit late in the game. We also saw Nolan Smith drop back in coverage. That's expected in a Vic Fangio 3-4 defense. Nolan Smith even lined up and covered a slot receiver at one point. So that was kind of weird. Tyler Steen did not get the start, by the way, offensively at right guard. Mekhi Becton did. So stock up for Mekhi Becton, stock down for Tyler Steen. Wanted to throw that in there. Other players with stock up defensively, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. He had the instincts. He had the feel. The ability to diagnose plays. Vic Fangio calling his number 54 on some of the blitzes. He had a sack of Josh Johnson, which was great. Kelee Ringo had 2 pass breakups in the first half. Even though he did not get the start, it was Isaiah Rodgers and Quinyon Mitchell. Kelee Ringo did come in and got an extended look. He had a pass breakup in the end zone, another on a long throw on the near sideline. Britton Covey, one of my winners here tonight. I like what he can do out of the slot. You have Johnny Wilson, who's 6'6". He caught a ball on the first drive. That was cool. Had to drop a little bit later on an iffy pass from Kenny Pickett. But you have the tall receiver in Johnny Wilson. You have the speedster in Paris Campbell and John Ross if Ross makes the team. But Britton Covey, you put him in motion. You find creative ways to get him the football. 4 catches, 25 yards. He's that possession type of receiver with a little bit of wiggle where he can make guys miss. He's a mismatch out of the slot and a traditional slot who, when you watch him, you're like, yeah, he can give this team a Cole Beasley type of element. So I liked his usage, and I like what he can do as a receiver who's in the mix, and then he also had a really good punt return. Let's go back to the offensive side of the football, specifically at the quarterback position, even though we were just talking offense with Britton Covey. Let's talk about the backup quarterback role, okay? Kenny Pickett, 14 to 22, 89 yards, a touchdown. Easy throw to Will Shipley on that throw. Tanner McKee, on the other hand, I thought he played better. I think Tanner McKee is this team's backup quarterback. I've talked about this week. For a long time, this Eagles offense in this game couldn't do anything with Kenny Pickett as this team's starter. Tanner McKee comes in and marches the offense right down the field, and they end up scoring a touchdown. Now, his numbers, 6 of 16, 39 yards, not as good as Pickett, but Tanner McKee made quicker decisions. He seemed to be less hesitant as compared to Pickett, and things were just firing for Tanner McKee. I like the size. I like the arm strength a little bit better than Kenny Pickett. So the QB2 role has not been decided yet, and if I were making the decision right now, I think Tanner McKee, if you have to win a game, might be a better option than Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett might be the safer option, but I like McKee a little bit better as a backup quarterback behind Hurts because I simply think that he is a better player. We know who the 3 running backs are going to be. Saquon Barkley, Kenneth Gainwell, Will Shipley. Will the Eagles keep a 4th? If they keep a 4th, and they might not be able to do that because they're deep at a couple of other different positions, who's that 4th going to be? Will it be Ty Davis-Price, who ran with patience and authority and power, 6 carries, 34 yards for the LSU product, who was a former 3rd-round pick? Or will it be a player like Kendall Milton, a UDFA out of Georgia, who's physical, and last year with Georgia thrived in goal line short yardage situations, and I was impressed with what Kendall Milton was able to do. 9 carries, 39 yards. The Eagles went with Lou Nichols ahead of both of those players. I think Milton and Ty Davis-Price are a lot better. Anaya Smith, also on the hot seat. In the pre-draft process at 5'9", he ran a 4.5. He looked slow. He played slow. and he looks small. He did have one catch late in the game, but as a returner, he didn't do a lot to impress me all that much. So that 4-5 in the pre-draft process kind of showed, and I don't think Quinyon Smith is a shoo-in to make this team. So those are my takeaways from this preseason game number 1. A lot of good positional battles, a lot of good things that we saw, some bad. Hopefully in the second preseason game against New England, we're going to see this first-string Eagles offensive unit so that we can get a glimpse as far as what this Eagles starting unit can do on the offensive side of the ball. Eagles starters defensively, I imagine Vic Fangio is in the ear of Nick Sirianni, able to get some runway in this preseason opener. So with that, I ask you this, your biggest winner, preseason week 1, Will Shipley is my answer. What is your answer? Let me know. Don't forget to subscribe for daily content right here on Eagles Now on the Philadelphia Eagles. $9 away from 600 in Super Chats, and Trizzy Trace is here. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! With the Trizzy Trace jersey on and everything. You love to see it. That's a dub. That's a dub. Cash owner agrees. McKee was 100% better than Pickett. I'm with you. Yeah, a lot of drops. I know. It's awesome, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out preseason. All right, let's announce the winner of our Eagles flag. And you have to be here in order to get your prize. Don Ackerley, what's up, brother? Carol Hosey said Britton Covey or Kendall Milton. Andrew Nathan said Trizzy. Fly Park said Jeremiah Trout Jr. We'll do a winners and losers segment here tomorrow. All right. Who wins our Eagles flag? Anybody who sent in a $10 super chat or more got on the spinning wheel. It's a Kelly green flag, old school logo, blends in with the green screen. But let's give it away and let's see what we can do. 3, 2, 1, spin that wheel. Giveaway number 1 of the 2024 season. Who is it? And it's gonna be Justin D, our super chat MVP and our raffle winner. He also won this Jason Kelce parade speech photo that's framed. Speech is transcribed right here. Aerial view of the Eagles parade. And then Jason Kelce in the Mummers gear. So Justin D, our big winner here tonight. See, sometimes that's what happens when you send in the big super chat. You get more raffle tickets, and then you can win both and be a big baller. Awesome stuff here for tonight. Exceeded my expectations. I had a lot of fun hopping back in the saddle, talking some Eagles football here. Before we hop on out of here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don Vaughn, no one calling for Bradbury's head. Second team safety, we didn't really see a lot from him. John Shuri, can I get on next time? Get on week 2. Get on week 2. Let's see here. Preseason game number 2 is this Thursday. So it's coming up really quickly. Eagles-Patriots, 6 o'clock Central kickoff, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. So we'll go live 6 p.m. Eastern, an hour before kickoff. That worked out pretty well today, and honestly, it went by very quickly. I'm thinking that we're going to see an extended look at this Eagles team, and I certainly hope so. So we're going to sign off. If you're just joining us, instant reaction video to come here momentarily tomorrow. Winners and losers. If any news pops off, we always have you covered. For Chip, I'm Chase. Thanks for hanging out here with us. 52,000 views for a preseason watch party is incredible. It's a sign of good things to come right here on this channel. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you next time. Go Birds! Eagles win.